on that one. Hello, hello, hello. Let me turn that up a bit. Hello, hello. All right, so that's that one. There you go. That's it's lighting up. That's the yellow one. I'm going to keep talking. How's that working? Oh, that's working. Hello. This is just a test, don't worry. Okay. I may need to boost that a bit. This can stay. LAPEL. There we go. Hello. Hello, hey, 1, 2, hey, ha, there we go. That's better. Hello. Oh, that's loud. Makes sense. Sorry, let me just kill this. For some reason, the music's not... we can do that. I'll mute the music. I'm trying not to put it in front of the speaker because it's open. Sorry, there you go. You good? Okay.
I'm in control of it.
If you're on your way in, can you grab a seat? Find yourself. There's loads of spaces over this side if anybody wants to.
I'm not.
You're not on.
It's all right. Someone's pressing buttons.
You were a minute ago. Hello, 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 Blue. Blue's on. Why is that not so loud? How's that now? That's louder. Yeah. There we go. If it stops working now, there's something weird going on.
I just have this effect on technology.
You must have a quieter voice, that's what it is. When we're doing the duet.
All right, okay.
I think we're good to go. You ready?
I'm good.
All right then. Good morning, everybody. I was going to say, how are we doing? But you're already really chipper. I was going to do that really cheesy thing where I go, you can do better than that, and all that, but you clearly don't need it. Well done, whoever that was.
Where did you get these people?
All right, so welcome to OggCamp19. Right. So I'm Dan, this is Lorna.
Hello.
We're going to give a quick kind of welcome presentation. Very quickly at the start, don't be shy to put your hand up. Who's never been to an OggCamp before? Anybody not been before?
Ooh,
this is great, we like to see this.
Hi everybody.
Brilliant, so lots of new people, that's good. And obviously some veterans in there as well. Nice to see.
A few.
Right then, should we roll?
All right.
All right then, so I just asked, anybody here come to the first ever OggCamp in 2019? There's a few of you.
Yeah, there's a definite little crowd at
a few people don't want to show their age. I was there.
Me too.
Yeah, so this is our 10th year. This is the 10th year we've been doing this, which is quite hard to believe. So yeah, we started in a very small room in a hotel called the Connaught in Wolverhampton. I'm not going to take you through a long-winded history, don't worry about that. But yeah, so this was how it all started, a very kind of small thing, and it's grown much bigger thanks to all you wonderful people who come along and support us. Let's roll on. So this is going to be hard to see. Apologies to Entra where your logo's blue. We need to make it a bit brighter. But yeah, we need to thank our sponsors, who are some of the wonderful people who make this happen. Our platinum sponsor this year, our main sponsor, is Entroware, a fantastic. At the back. The guys are at the back there. I can see you. They're waving. The guys are at the back there. They sell Linux desktops, laptops, and servers. Sorry, it's okay. Just very quickly, you can go and ask them. They're at the back, or you can look at entroware.co.uk, find them on there. They sell Linux laptops, desktops, and servers. You can buy them all pre-installed. There's one in the raffle as well. Good point, Simon.
Can I win
one?
And
we're going to get to that. But the star prize for the raffle has been kindly provided by them, which is one of their fine laptops.
Very nice.
Sorry. Let's crack on. So gold sponsors this year, somebody called IBM. I don't know what they do. Anybody heard of them? Yeah, it's the new Red Hat. I hope Andy's not in.
I can't see him.
So, it's fine. Yeah, so IBM and Ubuntu are our...
Yay, thank you.
You can tell how many are in the room from Ubuntu. Thank you to them for their sponsorship. I won't tell you what those two companies do because you've probably heard. If you haven't, feel free to search them, look them up.
Okay.
Finally, our silver sponsors for this year, OpenSUSE, yet another Linux distribution that a lot of people use. So thank you to OpenSUSE for supporting us. And also thank you to 8 Circles. I don't know if Mike's here, Mike Lamini, but Mike he does custom development stuff. 8circles.co.uk is the website. So thank you to them for their support as well. Okay.
All right. Oh.
Hang on, back one.
I've just clicked load, sorry.
And then finally, a big Simon's in the room. A big thank you to Public Software EU, who do the hosting of the project.
Woo!
Nice. Okay. Thank you to all of them for that. Simon is here representing them. And then
Okay.
on again. Okay, so the code of conduct. You'll have seen on the website and around, it's all over the place, that we do have a code of conduct for the event. I'm not going to read it out to you now because we haven't got enough time, but if you go on the website, it's clearly labelled on there. Or you can ask one of the crew or somebody else what it's about. But basically, it's an inclusive environment. Everybody's welcome, regardless of who they are. If you have any issues or you feel like something you want to raise, please find one of the crew. They'll have a shirt on that says crew on it. You can ask one of them. And there is also a phone line, which Lorna's kindly set up for us, which we'll put on the website as well, I think, or on Twitter.
We'll tweet the number for this as well. So if you need to reach us, you should be able to find that. If you phone that number, you'll reach one of us, and we will come and help you out with whatever is bothering you today. But please don't hesitate to get in touch with us. The code of conduct is in effect all the way through today, tomorrow, and also this evening's event. We want you to feel welcome, and if that's not happening, please let us know.
Very true, yeah, and it does apply to the party as well, which you reminded me of before.
Yes.
So remember that for later as well.
It's not like I actively reminded Dan that he is covered by the code of conduct tonight.
I am.
But we want to set that inclusive tone right the way through.
Yep. Whoops for that. Next one.
All
right, so very quickly, obviously this is the venue. You've probably guessed that by now. If not, this is the venue. So this is our main stage. Obviously, you've probably figured that out as well. This is where we're going to have the scheduled track. The exhibition, some of you have probably been to it, is in the Pioneer Room. There's signage, but you go through past the bar. The exhibition room is in there, and the kids' track as well is through there. If you ask one of the crew or you follow the signs, you'll be able to find those. The kids' track's running this afternoon. Today, 11 till we close, about 5. There's activities in there for all the kids. We've got Code Club is running in there. If anyone's heard of Code Club, I'm sure you have. Liz Smart from Code Club Northwest is going to be leading some activities in there. We've got microbits, we've got robot building. LJMU are helping with that and some of the others, so that's good. So if you've got any little ones with you, go and check out the kids' room. I'll be checking it out later, building a robot.
I was going to say, don't all go at once. It's not a very big room.
Yeah. All right, then, let's crack on.
Oh.
This is quite keen, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that the last one?
No.
That the next one, yeah?
Oh, do you think I've missed something?
No, sorry, it's my fault. So you'll have seen through in the exhibition area, there is merchandise on sale. Some shirts that are slightly different to these ones, which are the crew ones, but have this year's design. The t-shirts are £13, the mugs are £7. Cards can be accepted, I believe. Simon's got a card machine. The raffle is cash only, I should say. But for merchandise, you can pay with retro classic,
Yeah,
super
special
collectible.
offers on the ones you may have missed.
Okay, so
Okay.
go and check it out in the exhibition room. You can find the merch stall there. Okay, and all that sort of stuff sorted.
I can't click one at a time, I'm sorry.
Sorry, and now I think...
Thing.
Oh, so the venue and the area, yeah. You can tell that I didn't get time to put a lot of images on these slides, but that's okay. So so obviously you can buy food and drink in the restaurant upstairs or in the bar. You can also, if you head out of the hotel, you'll see along Sackville Street, if you turn that way, there is a Starbucks and a load of other things, and there's all kinds of stuff around. Oh, Starbucks is shut. Is it? There's a Cafe Nero, apparently. All right, there are things around. We're in Manchester. There is food and drink available in Manchester today, I'm told. So we're good. All right, so go and check that out. If you get stuck, you need anything, again, ask one of the crew, ask one of us. And I think that's it for that now.
All right.
And then I think we're on to you, Lorna.
Okay, so we always tell you that OggCamp is an unconference, and then we schedule a track just to confuse everybody. This is just to keep you interested. So in here, in the main track, both days, we've got scheduled talks. You can look on the schedule to see what's going on. In the other tracks, for today and tomorrow, we'll have what we call unconference tracks. How does an unconference work? Well, the way it works is all of you are here and you all give the talks. So if you go in the exhibition space, there's a place for you to suggest a talk. Please write your talk title, write your name so I have some idea of who it belongs to. If you are not proposing a talk, then you can come and vote for the talks that you want. It's a very advanced process. You will need to put a tick on the post-it note of the talk that you want to see. And then we'll start assigning them onto the grid. As soon as a talk has a slot, we'll type it in, to the joined in site, so you'll be able to keep up with the schedule digitally all day. You don't have to, 300 of you don't have to come and stand by the whiteboard. The whiteboard's about 3 foot by 3 foot as well, so it doesn't scale, but we'll be making that information.
It does if you get closer to it, but you may not be able to.
No, you can't all get closer to it. That's not how physics works.
Yeah.
So propose your talk, vote on the talk. This event is what you make of it. Right? It's the talks that you offer, it's the talks that you vote for, it's the talks that you participate in, it's the conversations that you have. All of the sort of unconference bar camp style events are absolutely the sum of the parts and the people and their actions. So I'm super excited that you're here, and please come and engage with that. We'll be scheduling just a couple of slots at a time through the day. So don't feel like if you don't propose your talk in the next hour, you've missed out. You'll always be able to propose through the day and vote through the day. So if you have a new idea or you want to follow up on an existing session, we want to be able to facilitate that for sure. So, advanced features. If you think there's someone here who could give a talk on a topic you would like to learn about, but you're not sure them that. You can request a topic. This is also helpful for the people who are like, well, I could give a talk on 100 different topics. Which one do you want? It helps guide them as well. So if you think there's herd knowledge in the room, go and request a topic. If you don't have 25 minutes worth of stuff, which is how long the talks are, we'll be offering some lightning talk signups. I don't have a flip chart for that. So at some point, we'll be offering lightning talk signups. There are 5 lightning talk slots available. 5 today, 5 tomorrow. They're in the 1:30
And they're
slot.
5-minute talks.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
And we will literally throw you off the stage after 5 minutes. All right. What else do I need to tell you? Okay, so through the day, this is how you are going to keep up with what is happening, because the schedule is a very moving target, and I've already said my piece about the whiteboard. So please go there, join.in, trendy web 2, no vowel, I'm sorry. OggCamp19. That schedule will update through the day. Get this on your phones, bookmark it, keep updating it. You can see what's going on. If you are a speaker, log in and claim your talk. This gives you edit rights on the talk, so you can add an abstract, link your slides, whatever else you want to do there. If you are attending and you're logged in, you can personalize your schedule so you can mark the talks you want to see and not miss anything. You can also offer feedback to your speakers, which I think is really nice. We always have first-time speakers at OggCamp, so joined in is intended as a feedback mechanism. It just also has a handy, awesome digital grid that we had to do no work to use. Yeah, if you're prepared to take the time to feed back to your speakers, that is greatly appreciated. Oh, this is important.
I'll rush the stage now and get that.
What's this? You made us a QR code.
Yeah, I think Alfie did it. Alfie did it.
You love your QR
the
codes.
hotel Wi-Fi, as you've probably already seen, is just called Pendulum Hotel Guest. It is a captive portal, so it asks you for a name and an email and so on, but I can unofficially tell you that it will accept anything.
Feed anything you like
I
to the
personally know
captive
that
portal.
Mickey Mouse has signed up a number of times today. So that is down at your discretion. We have got, I think we're going to have some of these printed out as well. We'll sort that out if we can. But there's a QR code to try and join quickly as well if you want to join the network. But you will be able to get on. It's pretty good. Coverage isn't bad in all the rooms. Please don't download like massive torrents on it or anything. You know that anyway, but just try and be courteous to other people who might be trying to use it as well. And I think that's about it for now on that one. So we're up to... It's okay. So we're now going to introduce Alfie. So another thing that's going on is tomorrow we're hosting an event called FloorCon, which Alfie runs, and that's a security event which he's going to tell us about now.
Basically, FloorCon, it was a little project that... Yeah. Is that it? He does. You see how I don't do talking often. Can't even do English properly. FloorCon started as a little joke between me and a few friends, one of them being Dan, who sat right there. Basically, we thought, what's better to do with our time than just make a conference? And here we are. we've got a few scheduled talks all around information security and stuff. I forgot I haven't put on the slide. God, I didn't. We're following OggCamp's lead with the 5 minutes lightning talks at the same time. So if you've got anything like information security related, say like how you hacked the Pentagon, feel free to come put a sticker on the board and you can become part of it. Part of our event is we're running a CTF, which is kindly provided by our colleagues over at Manchester Grey Hats. Part of it is you have to be on site, so you'll be doing some lock picking, supervised of course. Don't be going somewhere else and opening the doors. It's our name on the line, not yours. If there are prizes to be won, if I remember correctly, there is 50 quid of Amazon vouchers for the first team, 25 quid and 10 quid. They will be unveiled at the raffle cast at the end of the day.
Are we all right there? Sorry, it should be slight technical fault, people.
Bit
Wait a
iffy,
second. Has that done it? Hang on, sorry. FlowCon Sunday.
There's a page. One more. So a little description of how you do it. There's the URL up there. If you go to it, it'll ask you to sign up for an account. You have to do it in teams, so it's best if you actually either create a team or do it with your friends or join a pre-existing one. If you could, please put the password for your team on part of the actual affiliation, because it means anybody can join it. Come up and do it yourself. You're going to talk a little for me, do it yourself. He knows more than me.
Wow, that's a lot of people. Yeah, please make sure you put team creds in, I think it's a little field called affiliation. That shows up under the team name when you click on it. There's a nice pretty graph and everything for showing how much points teams have been getting. It has actually been running since Monday, so there's quite a few challenges to do, but there's, I want to say, 3 or 4 challenges which no one has solved yet. So if you solve those, you get a special thank you or something, I don't know.
You get the satisfaction of knowing how elite you are.
Yeah, reverse engineering is hard. Yeah, as Alfie said, there's lock picking on the exhibition space. Yep. If you have no idea what you're doing, all the people on the FlowCon / Manchester Grey Hat stand will be happy to help. If you're looking for a team to join, ask around. I'm sure there'll be someone. Yeah. Yeah,
they've got a red FlowCon sticker on them, so you can find them.
Yeah.
And there is a table, as you say, in the exhibition.
Also, CTFs for beginners can be quite challenging. The first one is never one that you do well in per se, but it's about the learning kind of thing. So I think I've run out of things to say.
That's okay, that's good. Shall I see what's next on the slides, if I can? I am clicking it, but do I have to be nearer?
It seems to be a bit special.
It's interestingly challenged. Is that it?
Is that the last slide?
Oh, that's the last slide. Oh, that'll be why I'm not getting anywhere.
Okay, we better stop talking then.
Yeah. Thanks.
So, yeah, I was just going to say the first talk in this room starts at 11. It's about garden benches. You should hang around and see it.
Yes, you should.
The talks in the other tracks need to be determined by us all running to the unconference scheduling space and scheduling an unconference. See you there.
Running in a safe and careful
orderly
manner.
fashion.
Yeah,
Thanks, everyone.
orderly fashion. Thanks, everyone. So we'll be with Eben and Liz, who are going to tell us a bit. Or anything, use hash OggCamp. All right, thank you.
Hi guys. I made it. I'm good. Should we go around and have some talks?
Use the red one. Play fun on and the other one. Give it a go, yeah, cheers.
Okay. Do you think it's worthwhile to write down on the request for augmented reality? Yeah, so we'll write that down. Yeah. Okay.
There's you may be able to do it. Actually, no, that only works on the VGA. The guy told me that the other day. He did tell me HDMI audio may come through, so we'll give it a go.
I could always hold the microphone next to my laptop. You got the phone mic?
Yes, I've got a clip on and a hand.
You've got two phone mics.
I've got two lapels.
So Rod's going to have the hand on my head.
So what we have So I've got two microphones for you. Who wants the go on here? Who wants to wear the clip on and who wants the handheld? You're going to have a clip on. need one.
Yeah, that'll work.
That on now?
It seems to be. Can you all
Yeah.
hear?
Yeah, that's good. Okay, that's promising. Why is that coming on? Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's just on prepaid. Sorry, private discussion again. I'll stop doing that on the mic. Welcome to the first talk. I hope you're all seated comfortably. I was going to say everyone come in and sit down, but I think we're good. All right, and so our very first talk is about openbenches.org. Eben and Liz are going to tell us about open source crowd data for benches, I believe. But we'll all find out more in a moment. So please put your hands together and welcome Eben and Liz.
There we go, right.
Good morning, OggCampers. Aren't you nice? Thank you so much for coming to our talk. I'm Liz.
I'm Eden, otherwise known as Terence. We are the co-creators of Open Benches.
See if this works. It's not working.
There we go. There we go.
Is that going to keep working?
Yep.
Okay, spoiler alert. We're all going to die.
Like, not right now.
Hopefully not right now. So everyone's got their ideas about what might or might not happen after you die. Don't worry, this isn't actually a theological lecture. If you want to discuss that, come find me afterwards. It's kind of my jam. But one of the things that might happen after you have shuffled off the mortal coil is that somebody might dedicate a bench to your memory. It might be your friends, your family, your colleagues, people who are connected to you during your life and who want to honour that connection. And possibly this bench will be somewhere that was meaningful to you or meaningful to your loved ones. It might be the coastal path where you used to walk your dog. It might be the park where you went on the first date with the love of your life. So back in 2017, Terence and I decided that we wanted to build something to celebrate those connections. The idea being that we wanted to celebrate the human relationships that give our lives shape and meaning even after death. So openbenches.org was born.
So, the physical world is ephemeral. And I guess like lots of you, we like to do things digitally so that things stay around for a lot longer. Some of the inscriptions that we see on benches are barely legible. They've been worn down by people sitting on there, by weather and
Pigeons.
Bloody pigeons. So we wanted to gather all of these memorial benches together in one place so that they could be preserved for the future. And I say all in one place. There is no central registry of memorial benches anywhere. So I tried sending FOIs to local councils to say, hey, can you give me a list of where all of your benches are and memorial benches? And they went, oh, we don't keep track of them. So we thought we'd have to do it. But it's also a way to share these memories more widely with people. So, you know, you might not be able to physically get to a bench. You might not be able to leave your home or travel around the world, but you can log onto this website and see these wonderful memories from all over the world. So we just wanted to engage with people. We wanted to share these memories, and you know, just in a few words, you get an idea of a life and what they meant to someone.
So we started this as a homegrown project back in Oxford, and in the last couple of years it's developed into a really international venture, which is fabulous. So we've got benches from Canada, the US, right across Europe, in Asia, Africa, through Australasia. One of the things we have noticed is it is mostly English-speaking countries. This does seem to be, the idea of a memorial bench seems to be quite specific to an Anglophile community, which is really interesting, but also means that we need more international volunteers. So if anyone goes to lots of exciting places, then we'll be recruiting you in just a moment. So hopefully at this point you're all thinking, oh, that sounds really nice. I wonder how I can get involved. So we're glad you asked.
I mean, it is really easy. Just put your hands up if you have a phone with a camera on it. Well, hey, congratulations! You can order. So all you need is to walk somewhere, see a bench with an inscription, and take a photo on it. We asked for a geotagged photo. I mean, all camera phones now have GPS in them, so it'll put the geo coordinates in there. You go to the website, you upload the photo. we do all the hard work of, we run text detection to see what the inscription is, and we extract the geotag, and then it automatically gets put up on this interactive map where it's clustered. You can see Manchester, how many we've got here. As you're wandering around, you can use the map and say, locate me, and if you see that there's a bench which has already been put on, you don't need to add to it, or you can take another photo of it and add that. There's also an inscription search as well, so you can search to see what's gone on.
So once you've done all that, it should look a little bit like this. So here's a local bench that somebody found in Manchester, just not too far away from where we are now. So go out at lunch, find more Manchester benches.
So the way we do it is we ask for a photo of the inscription because that's the thing that we're looking for, but we've also added the facility so that you can add a nice long shot of the bench or a view from the bench. We know that loads of these are in absolutely beautiful areas, although we have found that some are in shopping centres and in supermarkets, which is slightly weird because usually these are in beautiful picturesque locations, and sometimes they're just where someone worked or where someone lived.
Found one in a service station once.
Yeah, one in a service station. Who knew? And then all the data is, I should also say you can upload panoramas and photospheres and things like that. And then all the data is available to download. It's all produced as open data, so you can just go nuts with it. You can do whatever you like with it.
So as I say, we've been running for about 2.5 years now. So this is where we've got to so far. Coming up on 14,000 benches. I mean, we thought we were going to be lucky if we got to maybe, 500?
Yeah.
We thought we'd have to do this ourselves. So I mean, it has kind of exploded from our perspective. 31,000 photos, and that's quite a large amount there. That's 103 gigabytes of photographic data. We can talk about how we store all of that in a moment. 179 registered users. So I said I was going to be recruiting you. We'll talk about registering on the site in just a moment. And 9 GitHub contributors. You wanted to...
Yeah, so everything's there on github.com/openbenches. So please, if you've got some idea, even if you just want to raise a bug or you've got an idea, drop an issue there. We've also just been approved for GitHub sponsorship. So from as little as $1 per month, you can help us keep the site running, but you really don't have to. It's fine.
And we're not pretending that we've done anything particularly original here. Every good idea is borrowed from somebody else's good idea. Our main inspiration was OpenPlax, which a lot of you are possibly familiar with, OpenPlax project. So we really like the idea that people can contribute to a living cultural resource. But the thing about OpenPlax is that it's only providing this digital commemoration for famous people. And that's fine, but we wanted to extend that a bit more widely, because not everyone is going to discover an important scientific principle or write an important novel. Not everyone is going to get a blue plaque. Some people in this room quite possibly are going to get a blue plaque, but not everyone is going to get a blue plaque. So, as we said at the start, what we wanted to do was to honour those everyday connections between family and friends, because that's no less important.
So starting a project like this is always a bit odd. How do you begin something like this? So the first thing we did was we thought, well, are we going to go around and just collect this data ourselves? We found Bath Hacked, which is a hack space in Bath, had already done this for their local community. They had a database of, I think it was a couple of hundred local benches with the inscriptions on them. So we used that as seed data. What we didn't want was people coming to the website and going, well, there's nothing here, or there's only a tiny bit here, why should I contribute? So having seed data was really important. We also took some time to work out what sort of license we'd put this data under. I mean, again, you can do all sorts of weird and creative licensing, and we went with Creative Commons Attribution, which is just the simplest one, and it says you can use these data for basically anything you want, but you've got to attribute it back either to the site or to the person who took the photo. So we just wanted it to be easy so there wasn't any complex licensing restrictions. The hosting, I mean, yeah, as you can see, so we're now 103 gigabytes and it's growing of data. We did look at cloud instances and containerized Docker things, but we just have a bog standard web host, and they went, yeah, of course you can have unlimited data. So we were abusing that. No, they were really good. Shout out, I think it's crystal.co.uk we're hosting with. They've been really good in giving us this space, but we're just paying for normal hosting on that. And again, to help seed everything, we got some photos from Flickr and Wikimedia. Again, any of the ones which were Creative Commons licensed, which had geotags, we were just able to put onto the site, so there was something there. And this is, well, Liz, do you want to talk about our prototype?
Yeah, this was what it looked like. And it basically worked, which is kind of all you really need from an alpha. So we deliberately went with a very kind of hand-drawn aesthetic, partly because neither of us are designers, so really couldn't be faffed with doing all like the artsy-fartsy design. I don't understand design, this is not my area. But what we did know is that we wanted to visually communicate that this was not a finished product. So we've deliberately kind of gone with this hand-drawn font. I don't think there was a single straight line anywhere on the site at this point. But it basically worked. It basically got the job done. And our early adopters kind of stuck with us through that early phase.
So, yeah, I talk about early adopters. You can't produce something like this by yourself. I mean, there is a limit to how much time we can spend going around taking photos of benches. More on that later. So we talked to users. We talked to real users. We found people who are doing similar things. There are a couple of blogs which have photos of benches on there, and we talked to them about if we could use their data, if we could share data with them, and that was nice. But the main thing was listening to user needs and user feedback. So we said at the start we got 179 registered users. At the beginning, we said, if you want to add something to this site, you need to sign in with Twitter. Not everyone has Twitter, not everyone wants to use Twitter, and so we got some feedback saying, well, I've taken these photos, but I don't want a Twitter account just for this. So we looked at different things that we could do, and in the end we said, all right, we'll make it open register. You don't need to register, you can just upload stuff anonymously. And that's worked. Listening to what users said they wanted in terms of functionality was great. So this is a little on how the site is built. It's all built on open source technologies and making good use of free tiers of stuff. So we use Auth0. Don't know if anyone's heard of it, but basically, I don't want to be responsible for anyone's username and password. I don't want to deal with any of that. Auth0, too much responsibility. I'm not a responsible person. Auth0 takes care of that. So when you click login, there's an Auth0 page, and it says, do you want to sign in with Facebook, Twitter, WordPress, GitHub, and all these other things. They handle all of that, and they just pass the token back to me with the person's username saying, yep, they've come through. So that's great, don't have to deal with that. Cloud image is brilliant. So modern camera phones, I hadn't quite realized, some of the photos that people upload are like 10 megabytes for a photo, which you really don't want to download if you're on a sort of 3G connection or on a small screen. So we use cloud image just to resize the photos and convert them to WebPs, stuff like that. For design, we use Picnic CSS, which we chose purely because picnic and benches, they just seem to go together. It's a really nice, beautiful looking framework. So for mapping, we use Leaflet, a brilliant open source project, and Mapbox, which have a generous free tier for displaying these really good looking maps. Leaflet also does the clustering, so you can see there's 500 benches here, you click on it and it expands out. What else? So the inscriptions, we tried, there's a couple of commercial OCR, optical character recognition cloud services. We tried the Amazon one and Bing, and in the end, Google Cloud Vision just worked the best. It's not perfect, but it worked the best, and they have a very generous free tier as well, so we're using that.
We should also add, actually, on the user needs, the prototype didn't have the optical character recognition running, and that was literally the first thing anyone said to us was, oh God, no, I'm not typing in every single bench manually. So that was our very first user-driven enhancement.
Yeah, and the whole site's built in very simple PHP with a MySQL database, because that's what I know. So a little bit about database design. So it needs a good database design, a site like this. Unfortunately, neither of us are good database designers. So if you are a good database designer and want to tell us what we've done wrong, that'd be swell.
Or just go on GitHub, do it for us.
It is quite simple. So we didn't want to capture loads of information. We just wanted to capture stuff which people would be prepared to put in. So you have a bench, and a bench has a latitude, a longitude, and an inscription. There's a user, and we know that they've come in from Twitter or what their user ID is. And then there's the media, and the media has a license, and media can be attached to a bench and to a user. So we've done a bit of stuff with tagging in history. It is really quite simple. I'm sure there are lots of enhancements. Again, I get from user feedback, most of our benches are written in Latin script, but quite a few have emoji. And there are a few in other languages, so it's all Unicode, UTF-8 and stuff. And this whole thing is used to power an API, which is what the site uses itself. And you can use the API as well if you want to get information out about the benches, because sharing is caring.
So yeah, we've talked a bit about registered users. So one of the other bits of feedback we got from people is that they wanted to know how many benches they'd uploaded, and they wanted to know how many benches other people had uploaded, because they wanted to know if they were doing better than them. It turns out humans will get competitive about anything. But because of this nice simple database design, it was actually really easy to build a leaderboard. So you can see some people. Our friend Jenny, thanks Jenny. Jenny is obsessed. Jenny has uploaded thousands of benches. So she's spent the last couple of years at the Edinburgh Fringe Festival, just traipsing around the city, and has just uploaded hundreds and hundreds of benches for us. We're so grateful. But other people have just added one or two, and that is absolutely fine as well. We love the long tail. And as we found out last night, some people have added loads, but didn't log in. Sorry, Popey.
I think Olympic level next. We need to take this to the Olympics, this competitive...
Don't you still have to be an amateur to be in the
yeah,
Olympics?
Professional benching.
Or did they get rid of that? Professional benching?
Should do it, yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, so we wanted to build more users, wanted to build the community, we wanted to spread the word. How on earth do you go about promoting something this niche? Quite honestly, we just got incredibly lucky. So quite early on, it was July 2017, we launched the site, August 2017, random phone call, or tweet probably, from BBC Radio Orkney. Who said that they wanted to do a piece on open benches. So that's us popping along to the Radio Oxford's booth and recording a little piece for them, which was great. Anyone wants to do anything of this kind of nature, I think our one piece of advice would be exploit whatever contacts you have, try and get some kind of media engagement quite early. It gives your project legitimacy, and it really encourages people to just sort of have a go, just to get involved, engage with it even a little bit, and hopefully things will snowball from there. I mean, we really haven't pushed the media side almost at all really since this. We did this, we thought, right, is this going to be our life now? We're going to be jetting around doing interviews. I mean, that is not what happened. So we should probably do more of it.
We probably ought to do more.
Anyone here up for the BBC?
ITV, Sky, I believe it takes Sky, Fox News.
Sky?
No. So in terms of promotion, we know that people share these URLs on Twitter and Facebook and various things. So every single page has got Open Graph and IndieWeb meta tags and stuff. So you can see these here. So if you share on Twitter, you get a nice image, and Facebook. I think even if you share on Telegram and WhatsApp, you also get stuff popping up, which just makes it nice and engaging. I think if we, this is what they look like when you share it. You just get these nice images, which again, really simple to do, works really well. It's good for SEO as well.
And we've got comments. I know they say never read the comments, bottom half of the internet and all that, but it turns out our community is lovely. Maybe it's because ultimately it's about death, and people are sort of perhaps minded to be a bit more respectful about that. The comments are pre-moderated, but we honestly haven't had that much of a problem with spam. I think one of the things that makes people a bit nervy about doing something like this is, what if you get a torrent of abuse? What if everyone's just really nasty about it? It's not been our experience. Maybe I'm just being uncharacteristically optimistic about the human race for a moment. But actually our experience has been really positive. So yeah, basically we'd love it if you would join in and help us add to this open culture project.
But
So this is the small disclaimer. It may become an obsession. So as you can see from the leaderboard, some people have perhaps spent a moderately unhealthy amount of time engaging with this. We can take no responsibility for ruined family holidays. We will also accept no liability for any kind of personal injury suffered as a result of trying to do sort of extreme photographing. Stay safe out there, benchers. But beyond that, we've really enjoyed making it. It seems to have kind of picked up a little zeitgeisty kind of thing with people engaging. I mean, it certainly expanded much more than we expected it to, which has just been really gratifying. So yeah, if you want to get involved, go ahead.
so thank you all very much for coming and for being here today. Cheers, everyone. Thanks.
All right.
Do we have a few minutes for Q&A, or are we out of time?
Switch this off again. This mic's a bit intermittent. Apologies for that. There we go. It's just me being, my voice is funny. All right, yes, so thank you very much to Terence and Liz for that. That was really, really interesting. I think we've only got time for like one really quick question because we're running quite close. Does anyone have a short, quick question they want to ask? There's a gentleman over there.
Well, while he's running, this is the graph of benches over time, because you can't have open data without doing a graph.
And I'm just going to scroll through some of imagine the fade out music.
Just one question, really. You're using Auth0. There's a new protocol coming up called Squirrel, which you may have heard of, which is meant to be equally easy to use, created by somebody called Steve Gibson. Just wondering if you're interested or have heard of it.
Open a pull request. Yeah, brilliant.
Okay.
Love it.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Cheers.
Hello, that's on. Can we just ask you to say something, Andy?
Hello, my name's Andy Stanford Clark. I'm not sure if this is working yet. Maybe.
Just check it hasn't been muted.
Hello, hello, hello.
We'll be starting in just a couple of minutes, folks. Won't be long. Yeah. Yeah, blues, that one. This is on.
You have to wait for everyone to come in, you see.
Hello, folks. Come in, grab a seat. We'll give people a couple of minutes to get in and get comfy before we start.
Wait for Laura to come. Couldn't start without Laura.
But we can do for a minute.
Brian and Eileen as well. Excellent. Laura's parents. Hi, Brian. Awesome. We've got the team. It says on Monday.
Just so you know, I'll hold the music and then I'll go.
He's lunch after, so it's lunch after, yeah.
So if you got, I'm imagining it's going to be a coffee.
I've got maybe 1 or 2 minutes now.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So it should be better now. It should be good, but we've never done it before.
All right, well, we'll see.
We'll see, yeah. It's great. Thanks.
Do it live.
Yeah, we'll do it live, yeah. Are you good?
It's okay. Should we see?
Hey.
Oh, you killed the music, have you? All right then. All right, folks, welcome back. So, thank you all for coming in to see the talk. As you can see behind me, if I move out of the way, we're about to hear from Andy Stanford Clark and Roger Light about Mosquito. And I'm very proud to say, I don't want to preempt your talk in any way, but I am very proud to say this is a kind of a thing that, as part of OggCamp, we're really proud of, that you guys met and chatted at the first OggCamp and all of that, but I won't preempt that, I'll let you guys talk. So please give a big welcome to Roger and Andy.
Hello. Hello. We'll stand under our appropriate name badges so you can tell who we are. Okay, so welcome OggCampers! I think this is only my 4th OggCamp. I'm very sad to say. I should have been to more, but fortunately they're in places I could never get to at the right time. So the real title of this talk is The Progress of MQTT. Who's heard of MQTT? Ah, fantastic. Oh, we don't need to give this talk then. Yes. So in OggCamp 2009, the first one, because of course we're at the 10th one now, we just celebrated the 10th anniversary of MQTT. So if you now do the maths, okay, so MQTT was 10, just around about the time of the first OggCamp. And I gave a talk in 2009, a much younger version of me, about the house that twitters, which is all based on MQTT. And in the questions that followed, a very young-looking Alan Pope who later went on to a long career as a Elvis impersonator, thank you. Mine's gone completely blank. He asked a quite pointed and some might say slightly snarky question about whether all this technology was open source or not, because it was a sort of unconference for open things. MQTT has always been open source and public domain, right since the very, very word go. And that was kind of the thing that surprised IBM about it. I said it's got to be open source and public domain. But at the time, nobody had implemented MQTT broker, so all the clients were free and open, and if you wanted to implement the spec, you could, but nobody apart from IBM had implemented the broker, so it was still seen as being rather proprietary, because you had to come to IBM to get the broker part. It couldn't work without a client and a broker. But I said in my answer, or your microphone now, Roger. Work? Yes.
But MQTT isn't IBM proprietary, it's free and open, and someone wants to write an open source server for it. That would be really cool.
Sitting in the audience was Roger Light, who was so inspired by my talk.
Yes, well, as Andy says, I was sat in the audience, and I thought, that sounds like a nice little project. So I drove home, found the spec, and thought, yeah, fine, that should keep me occupied for a couple of months maybe. And I made my first commit, so what's that, 20 to 10 that night, being keen, but not actually writing any code. And so that turned into the project. Okay, so we maybe got the slides a bit right. So 2010, it starts to progress. It turns into the project, which is Mosquito, which is my implementation of an MQTT broker, which is subsequently turned into three parts. There's the server, the broker, as we've said, which all of the clients connect to send their messages, and the broker then deals with those, sends them out to the appropriate clients as needed. There's also a client library so that other people can write their own implementations of clients if they need to. And the Mosquito pub and sub clients, which are command line clients for interacting with any MQTT broker. And there's also the logo there, which you can tell is not my skill set. Never mind. You got all the logo, haven't you? So that kind of things moved on as they do, making steps. But kind of the first time for me when I thought actually maybe this is going to be something that's a little bit bigger than I expected. Andy's talk was all home automation, interesting things, but kind of a little bit hobbyist from my perspective. Not that. Sorry, Andy, that sounded the wrong way there. What I meant was he was doing all the things that I could imagine making myself, not like, for example, Facebook, who made this announcement in August 2011 that they were using MQTT for the communication protocol for their Facebook Messenger app. So this was kind of the first big visible use of MQTT, certainly outside of IBM, and they were quoting all of the design principles of MQTT as being the important things, the low bandwidth, low battery usage compared to HTTP, really kind of indicating that design. And Andy Piper, who's sat somewhere in the audience, I think, found out, or he told me, someone found out that in the iOS version of the Facebook Messenger, they were actually using the Mosquito library. So that was really quite a nice moment there when that happened.
Copyright.
Yep, copyright there. You had to scroll through about
pixelated.
20,000 lines of licenses to find it, but someone did that for me. I was very grateful.
That was pretty cool, because suddenly, overnight, we had 800 million MQTT users. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Because way back in 1999, when I first started doing MQTT, we had this kind of modest plan for world domination, where we thought that maybe one day all devices, and this was talking like oil and gas telemetry devices, would use this TCP/IP protocol, because that was a pretty rare thing back then, and they'd all be talking MQTT. So suddenly to have 800 million devices, actually, world domination may be attainable. Round about that, also in that year, we started getting serious about where to put the clients, because we just hosted them as kind of free downloads off the IBM website, and we had mqtt.org, which I've owned since 2001. But the Eclipse Foundation talked to them, and we said, why don't we build an IoT, Internet of Things stack? Everything from right down the bottom, right up to tools on platforms to build IoT applications for classes of devices. Fantastic goal, yes. So we set up the PAHO project, which eventually just became the dumping ground, or rather the hosting area for all the different MQTT clients in lots of different languages, all different open source, and they're all open source. Really impressive array of them. Ian Craggs from IBM, as of last week retired from IBM, was the main contributor to running the PAHO project. This is a timeline, by the way. I was just saying we're kind of working through the years. So this is one of the projects that I worked on in 2002. I couldn't believe it was then. So I live on the Isle of Wight, and I got involved in a project in the village of Chale, not too originally called Chale Community Project, which is a project to help people who lived in social housing to try and lift them out of energy poverty. Energy poverty is where you spend more than 10% of your household income on energy, and a lot of these people were not very well off and living in rather cold houses. There's no gas on this side of the island, so they had to heat their houses with electricity and storage heaters and so on. So somebody had the bright idea of putting solar panels on the roof and giving them air source heat pumps and double glazing and seeing if that would help. If they used the energy from the solar panels during the day, they run the washing machine, the tumble dryer, they wouldn't be buying the electricity off the grid, and therefore they'd get cheaper electricity bills. But nobody knew how they were going to monitor that usage. We could ask them, of course, go, oh yeah, of course we do, yeah, but we didn't know if they were lying or not. So somebody said, oh, you should ask Andy, he's doing all this home automation stuff. So we set up some monitoring in each house, monitoring the PV generation and the...
No, but you got so animated.
Just popped out.
Yeah, apologies. I do apologise.
That was my pacemaker.
Can you put me the tape from there, the white people? Very quick running repairs. High-tech solution. The tape's broken.
Then more duct tape.
Sorry. It's like a Laurel and Hardy sketch.
Code of conduct violation breaking it. Thanks, Dan. That's cool. Hey. Good man. So we monitored how much power the appliances were using. Oh, it seems to have got louder now. And we sent the data over MQTT up to the IBM cloud, as it was nascently called then. And then we built a website so that the residents could log in and see their power usage. So this was the base load, the stuff that's always on. And then we'd sit down with they had a green energy advisor who would go through and try and work out what the spikes were and if this base load was particularly high. And just try and help people learn more energy efficient ways, which actually worked really well. People became rather obsessive about their energy usage and would tell you exactly how much power their solar panels were generating. It's really cool. Through this project, I developed a rather unhealthy fascination with fridges and freezers. I think it's fair to say. For the following reason, though, this is a well-behaved fridge, okay? It's off most of the time, and occasionally it comes on when the thermostat clicks to chill the food down, and then when it gets down to the correct temperature, it turns off again for a while, then it slowly heats up, and it keeps doing that. And they're off most of the time, so that's pretty efficient. As fridges get older, the seals start to go hard around the door, and the compressors become less efficient, so they have to come on more often in order to, and for longer, in order to cool the food down. So they're using more energy. In extremis, and this is one in the garage of one of my colleagues, it's on more often than it's off. This one was costing him about 150 quid a year. Now, it only cost you 90 quid to get encouraged and buy a new one. So this was, and he knew this, by the way. He had it for 2 more years once he knew this before he went and bought a new one. Shame on him. I'm not going to name him, but he knows who. I mentioned this in my TED talk, and he cringes whenever he sees it. Anyway, so the cool thing about this is it's quite easy to run some analytics to look at the power usage of all the fridges and freezers in Chale project, and then plot a curve to say, given how much it's using at the moment, will it cost, and the way it's trending, will it cost more to run it for a year than to buy a new one? And armed with that information, we send an email to them saying, you might like to consider buying a new fridge or freezer. And imagine if you were a fridge or freezer salesperson, you could go and doorstep these people and go, have I got a bargain for you? I can guarantee this will pay for itself in less than a year, and here's the data to prove it. So whole new business models being enabled by Internet of Things.
And so later on that year, then Mosquito also joined Eclipse, which is part of growing up with the project, and I think most importantly, got a much better logo.
Much
Slightly
better.
snazzier.
It's an awesome logo. What reminds me of Wi-Fi there? Not quite sure why. And then we moved into 2013, and so we've been talking for a long time about standardizing MQTT. Originally, a lot of oil and gas companies, which is where MQTT started out, said, oh, you should standardize this through the American Metering Society or some SCADA organization. But we very quickly had realized that MQTT was being used in lots of other areas as well, in medical, farming, energy industry, lots of places where if you said, oh, we've got this protocol from the oil and gas industry, they go, touching that. So we also toyed with the IETF, but eventually we teamed up with OASIS, which is the well-known standard body, and we set up a technical committee and looked towards standardizing MQTT, mainly so that we could get through things like government procurements and defense procurements, where the first question, very binary, was, are you a standard or not? If the answer was no, there's no point in filling in the rest of the form. So that was going to really help. And that one. No, it's forgotten. So then we rolled into 2014. Aha, dinosaurs. Can you believe it's 2014, Laura? How time flies. So, who's been to the Isle of Wight? Who's been to Black Gang Chine? Excellent. No matter where I give this talk, somebody has been to Black Gang Chine. I gave this talk in Seoul, in South Korea, right? And somebody in the corner put his hand up and said, oh, I've been to Black Gang Chine. No way! Anyway, it's true. So if you go to Black Gang Chine, they've got this animatronic dinosaur exhibit called Area 5, which is kind of Jurassic Park experience. So it's big, full-size animatronic rubber dinosaurs with motors in the tail that make their tail wag and their body breathe in and out, and their head go up and down, and they play these big roaring MP3 sounds. And if you're a child, it's really quite scary, I have to say. For adults, you watch them for a little while and go, it's a bit repetitive. Just as the same sequence over and over again, pre-programmed. So the owner of the theme park had heard about makers and hacking and Internet of Things, vaguely, and Raspberry Pis and things. So he said, well, if I offer pizza and access to the dinosaurs, do you think anyone would come? Going, yeah. So a whole load of us headed to the southern tip of the Isle of Wight for a weekend for the Black Gang Pie workshop. And we have these about 3 times a year now. And the idea was to try and see what we could do to bring Internet of Things and making and hacking and computer technology to the theme park to make it more exciting. So the first thing we did was built a sort of digital twin of the dinosaur where we literally poked some LEDs through a piece of cardboard, wired it up to a Raspberry Pi, and we used that to teach the employees of the theme park Node-RED. Who's heard of Node-RED? Cool, good, jolly good, jolly good. And so this is a drag and drop environment, a bit like Scratch, if you use Scratch, a low-code programming environment. So these are people who are not programmers, these are people who worked in the park, the electrician, the painter, people who interacted with visitors to the park. They were kind of the designers who could think, oh, it'd be really cool if it did so-and-so. And we allowed them to drag and drop, turn GPIO pin on, wait for 5 seconds, turn it off. That would make the tail LED flash come on. And so they could build a choreography of what they wanted their dinosaur to do through the digital twin model. Meanwhile, in the other room, we were working on a dyno controller. So this was some big power electronics, this is the Dyno 8 controller. So this could control 8 channels of motors. These are big 45 amp, essentially windscreen wiper motors that make the different parts of the dinosaur move. And we arranged it so that the same pins lined up with the LEDs on here. So the LED in the tail was on GPIO pin, whatever that was, which would then control the motor in the tail. So the idea would be that that was a mapping to the real dinosaur. So we brought the two together, and we brought in one of the little velociraptors from the park, and we did that. We unplugged the digital twin, plugged it onto the controller, and this thing sprang into life. Even though I knew exactly what it was going to do, because I'd seen the program, it was still a real joy and sort of surprise to see this thing wagging its tail and doing its head up and down. And one thing we did was we rolled the die, and depending on which number it did, it kind of did a randomized sequence. So it had a whole load of different sequences to choose from. And one of the best things we did was we left 6 as do nothing. Turns out dinosaurs aren't in continuous motion, sometimes they just stop. It's possible to roll 2 6s, 36 chance, and then you go, is it broken? And suddenly, It's still working. So that was the element of surprise. That was a fantastic thing. So Alec DeBell, the owner, said, that's perfect, that's exactly what I want. So then we had nose red. So then he let us loose on the real dinos out in the park. This is the T-Rex. It's the size of length of 2 double-decker buses. When it roars, your feet literally shake. They've built shakers into the gantry on the subwoofers, so it literally shakes your feet. It gave me a real shock the first time I was standing on the back to it, explaining something. Suddenly I went, rah! I was like, wow, I felt that. This is the Brontosaurus. Yeah, we had a lot of fun, and we had a number of these workshops, and we started playing with interactions between them. So although each dinosaur kind of has its own controls, they're all linked together through the Watson IoT platform at the top, so we can choreograph sequences across the herd. This was a little project that Laura and Andy did, a name check there, to have interaction between 2 dinosaurs. So they built a model of it, which would then play out as, what are those ones with the, is it Stegosaurus, the ones that have the spines down the tail? There's a mother and a baby, is it? This is Stegi, yeah. You only have to find a small child to ask, what dinosaur is that? they know them all. The idea was that the child would, the mother would do some little random sequence, and the child would watch, and then the baby Stegosaurus, and then it would flip a coin and decide whether to obey or kind of mimic the mother or not. And if they did do the same sequence, the mother would make a sort of purring noise, and if not, she'd make a sort of chiding, sort of telling off noise. So we modelled that at one of the workshops. Good fun. Of course, the prize for these hackathons is that your project gets deployed out in the park. So this is real pleasure of seeing this. Oh, I wrote that bit of code. That's so cool. And we can interact through the IoT platform with sensors of people like coming down the pathway, and the dinosaur might sort of look and roar at you or something. Yeah. Moving on to 2015. So this is kind of where IoT and MQTT started getting big. So cloud is becoming much more popular, and all the big players, IBM and Amazon and people, were piling into the Internet of Things space. We created an Internet of Things division and set up cloud-hosted, massively scalable, highly reliable, secure platforms for zillions of devices to connect into. So IBM set up theirs in 2015, AWS set up theirs, and these were all using MQTT as their primary protocol and HTTP as a kind of secondary one. Couldn't work out how to do MQTT. That's basically the story. Rolling over into 2016, Microsoft joined the fray as well, so we've now got the big 3. Google wasn't on board quite by then, but the important ones were there with their big IoT platforms, and this was really sort of enterprise IoT, so this is industrial IoT, connected vehicles, escalators, lifts, all the kind of big infrastructure things where you're going to have, once they get past the 10 Raspberry Pi pilot sort of stage, talking tens, hundreds, thousands of devices, millions of devices potentially. Like Kona, who make the lifts, they got 4 million lifts, slowly being MQTT enabled for the monitoring. And the other good thing about having Oasis as our standards body was that they're a feeder organization into the ISO. And this is really incredible. So this was on my birthday in 2016. Yeah, so my 50th birthday. I was getting these tweets in the morning going, "Happy birthday, Andy, 20922 exclamation mark." What? And then so I asked Nick O'Leary, he kept going, 20922. I was going, yeah, but what are you talking about? And he said, oh, Google for it. So 20922. Oh my goodness. So overnight, we'd been granted this, because I didn't know it was happening, so it was just quietly happening in the background behind the Oasis process. We got ISO accreditation. So ISO IEC 20922 is MQTT, which was just so cool. I was very, very proud of that. And it just happened to be the morning of, it was my birthday, a big sort of technical committee meeting of the Oasis standards group in Hursley, in IBM's lab there down near Winchester. And so that was a very special morning. We weren't allowed to bring alcohol on site, so we brought some fizzy black currant juice that we celebrate, raise the foaming tankard.
So this slide is taken from a talk that was at an Eclipse IoT Day in 2016 down in London. This was a talk given by Kamil Bakovits of working at Resonate, who I guess you'd say are a railway technology company. And he'd basically come to this talk to explain about how they were using MQTT. And describing this IECC scalable system that they've built. And this is for basically controlling railway signalling. So ensuring that every train's in the right place, it can't move on to the next section of track until it's safe, all the signalling and that sort of thing. So really quite an important system. So he came along, gave this talk. I have the next slide, please.
Sorry.
Okay, so like I said, they were using MQTT to do this IECC scalable. And if you see the blue lines down here, this is where it is deployed. So if you've been on any of those train lines coming out of Liverpool Street, Marylebone, Paddington Street in London, then you will have been on a train that has MQTT enabled signalling, which I think is pretty cool. But I have not done that myself yet. That's one for the bucket list, maybe. So he explained that they were using a combination of the Parho Java client and Mosquito to do this, and that they were basically really happy with it. They've had 300,000 hours of uninterrupted service from Mosquito, which is really important for them because they've got really very stringent availability requirements. So you can see there, that's quite a lot of nines. 2.5 minutes downtime per year they're allowed, and so far, these numbers are actually from the year after when he gave his follow-up talk. So up till then they were doing quite fine. And just to give you a little bit of context about the scale of things involved here, the Great Western Railway line, which is basically coming out of London going west towards Bath, they have about 3,000 signalling objects. So whatever signals for the trains, for the interlocks for the rails, along 750 miles of track. So not exactly big data, but still quite a reasonable number of things going on there.
And 2017. Oh yes, it's me again. I haven't got a preview of the slides on here, so I have to remember what the next slide was. So this was a project we did. So IBM's got part of setting up the Internet of Things division in IBM. We had to have a headquarters, so we built this, bought some floors in this rather attractive building in Munich called Highlight Towers, which is a very iconic building, and we set up shop in there. And the problem with Highlight Towers, as we quickly realized, it's got a very small coffee bar and a very large office, and very large into very small doesn't go very well, so the queues were ridiculous. Coffee bar, a really high-tech building, but huge coffee queues. And this was causing quite a lot of disgruntlement amongst the employees. So they said, surely you can use some IoT solution to fix this. And I thought, well, we could. So we set up these thermal imaging sensors, which essentially give you, it's an active infrared sensor, which gives you 8 active temperature readings. So it tells you how many degrees C it sees in 8 spots in a sort of 90-degree angle in front of it, about 3 to 4 meters away. And we set up 2 of these side by side, pointing down at where the coffee queue was, so we could see sort of 16 temperatures of either countertop, which is like normal temperature, or warm bodies. Now, these aren't cameras by any means; they're just literally warm blobs, and you can't even count people really because it's just a blur of temperature. But you could nonetheless tell how busy, in some qualitative sense, the coffee bar was. So we used that and we mapped it to an LED display that was cunningly wedged into the top of the ceiling and in the office above. And we made it a sort of animated qualitative display. So when it was calm and blue, that means the coffee bar wasn't very busy. When it was red and like dancing all over the place, that meant the coffee bar was really busy. So you could get a feel for, and all points in between. You get a feel for how busy the coffee bar was and decide to defer your visit to the coffee bar until it had calmed down a bit. And this was cited as the numero uno productivity enhancing application. Of all the millions of dollars we spent on IoT applications in the center, this was the one they loved. So that was great. So I was presenting this at a conference in Hampshire 2 years ago, and sitting in the audience was a guy called Duncan East, who is the sustainability director at Marwell Zoo in Hampshire. Anyone been to Marwell Zoo? Yeah, oh, excellent. Not as many have been to the Isle of Wight. And he came up to me afterwards and said, I think this technology might be able to help with the problem that we're trying to solve. We've got lots of these things. Oh, aren't they cute? So these are called nyalas, a type of African antelope, and they have a bedding area just to the right of here, sort of 4x4 square meters of hay. And to keep them warm in the winter, they have infrared heaters that beam down onto the bedding area. Now, they don't need those to stay alive, they just like them. So it's all more to do with their well-being than to kind of keep them alive. So what they do in the winter is the keepers turn them on at 5 p.m. before they go home, leave them on all night, and then turn them off at 8 in the morning when they arrive, regardless of how warm the evening is. And more importantly, Nyaldas don't sleep in the same pattern as we do. They don't kind of go to bed at 10 o'clock, sleep for 8 hours and get up and go to work. They go to bed, sleep for a bit, get up, go out, have some hay, water, have a chat, come back, sleep for a bit. They're coming and going all night. And so there are times when there are no animals in the bedding area, at which point having the heaters on is completely pointless and a complete waste of energy and damages their precious carbon footprint. So they were very keen to, they said, it'd be really nice if we have the system which, when the animals weren't there, turned the heaters off, and when they come back again, turned it on. In particular, if the evening's quite warm, if they don't go to bed at 5 o'clock, we could defer turning on the heaters at all until the first one comes in from the field. And thought maybe these sensors would be good for that. Now, they tried passive infrared sensors, the one that we use on burglar alarms, but as you know, if you had them controlling your office lights, if you stay still for too long, they don't see you. So you have to keep moving, which is fine when the animals came into the bedding area, lamps came on, great, but then if you lie down and go to sleep, the heaters go off again. So you go, So that wasn't working, but they thought these active infrared sensors probably do the job. So they said, how about it? And we said, that sounds like fun. So in one of the best days at the office ever, me and my colleague went and I got up a ladder and started fixing stuff up. We got Nyala poo in our Macintoshes, which is I don't think it's covered under the warranty, in fact. But so we had some fun doing that. And we set up the little thermal imaging sensor. Now, they wouldn't let us have control of the heater to start with because they didn't think we knew what we were doing. Very astute of them. We had no idea what we were doing. We used a 4x4 version of the sensor. So instead of the 1x8 that we used in Munich, we used the 4x4. So we got basically a grid of 16 temperatures looking down on the bedding area. What we decided to do was we got a Raspberry Pi with the infrared, the Noir camera, and an infrared LED ring nicked off a security camera, and we pointed it down at the bedding area, nicking things off security cameras in it, probably. And so the idea was that every time we would have turned the heater on or turned it off, we took a photo, so we could then see if we made the right decision or not. So we had this little, so this is a demonstration of it. So this is I don't know if you can make this out, there's a sea of, supposed to be blue, but that's background radiation. There's two bright spots at the top, which means it thinks there's a Nyala at the back of the bedding area, that there is, and that would have turned the heater on. So that's how we debugged the system and trained it up. And so we've got loads and loads of photos, very cute photos of Nyalas, a lot of which got twit-picked. And what I did was I hand classified as true or false, are there animals present or not, for all those photos. Some of them are a bit blurry because the infrared's a bit weird, but essentially, trust me, these are hand classified. And associated with each of these photos are the 16 temperature readings we took at that time. So we use those 16 numbers plus the true or false, train a neural net classifier. So we use an artificial intelligence to decide, given a set of 16 numbers, whether there's an animal there or not. So it wasn't doing image processing, it was just using those 16 numbers plus the true or false value. So we iteratively trained this thing up, so each time it got a bit better, until we were about 96% accurate, which was pretty good. We were quite happy with that. We wanted to avoid false negatives. That's where they've all gone away apart from one little one who's there going, oh, this is nice. Oh, because the system thinks it's gone away because there's like far less animal than there was before. So we made it extra cautious on the turning off phase, so I couldn't live with myself. If I got a photo of one little animal going, why don't you turn the heater off? Anyway, so at that point, the zoo was happy that so we've been doing this for 3 months by then, so we've got all this data. They're happy for us to take control of the heater. So these are not IBM products, I hasten to add. This is an Andy SC workshop in a sandwich box type thing. For those who want the gory electronic details, that's a big relay, and under this little stack of stuff is a little relay and it's a power supply. Oh, actually, so this is an ESP8266 WeMOS Arduino type device. This makes me a full stack developer, by the way. A small relay which switches the big relay, and then a little NeoPixel so we could light up the little glow orb to show what the state of the system was. And so we put that live, and so now the data was going up over MQTT, the Watson IoT platform, some node-RED logic, which then called out to the neural net classifier through an HTTP link, and when it came back and said, yep, we think there are animals there, it would send a signal to turn the heater on and also take another photo. So we're now establishing ground truth through the photos. So I was getting this big database cut in half of animals present and animals not present. So we could now mark up the photos with red or blue, showing whether they're there or not. So the blue ones are where the heater's off, red is where the heater's on. It's doing pretty well there. And that's now been running for 2 years, and they got pretty much about 7% energy saving over just leaving the heaters on, which may not sound very much, but given they have like a £150,000 electricity bill every year, but this is just in one animal house. Now we are going to roll it out to some more, and the one we're going to do next, which is the horned oryx. They're much bigger animals, even bigger than Nyalas, and they've got a big shed with 3 bedding areas, and the original design was that they probably spread themselves across the 3 bedding areas, but in fact, they all huddle into one. So if you can see from the thermal sensor which one they're in, you can turn the other 2 off. That's a 67% saving right there. So 7% was pale into insignificance compared with the horned oryx heating system. So that's, now obviously they want to roll it out to other animal houses. They've got about 30 or 40 at Marwell, and 6 other zoos in the UK are watching this project really keenly because they're keen to adopt this as well. And a couple, one in Munich and one in Sydney. In fact, I bagged it, that one. So we're now talking to one of our business partners who's actually commercialised this system. So it's no longer Andy's 3D printed cases and soldering iron in sandwich boxes, but they've actually made a commercial version of this, which is going to be rolled out this winter to 10 of the animal houses, including the Nyalas, where we're going to run the 2 side by sides. We're going to run my system and the infrared camera and this side by side to see how we can compare what happens this winter. So that's really exciting. That was a really good project, and got on the telly, got BBC, BBC. It was on BBC last Boxing Day. We made national news. It was really cool. So lots of media whoredom going on there. 2018, rolling up towards close. Oh, so finally, a Google platform built their IoT platform. So they've now got all the big players on board, and pretty much at that point, anybody who had an IoT platform or a broker definitely supported MQTT. So this kind of plan for world domination was looking like it might actually come true. So that was quite cool. Also in 2018, I had the very good fortune, very good luck of being named as one of the Isle of Wight's hidden heroes for my work on MQTT. Some say not so hidden in plain sight perhaps. But they named 7 hidden heroes, 5 of whom were dead because they were kind of way back in the history of the Isle of Wight. The first person who invaded the Isle of Wight and the person who had Harrisbrook Castle built and stuff like that. So, and somebody who broke the world speed record, and a woman who did the motorboating, powerboating thing. And the 2 that are remaining alive, apart from me, the other one was John Ackroyd, who designed the first electric vehicle on the Isle of Wight, and also designed Thrust 2, which had the land speed record for a while. Very cool guy. So as part of this kind of celebration of the hidden heroes, we had some Arts Council funding money to set up an exhibition. So the 5 dead ones, they brought stuff from the museum and put their stuff in. John brought part of his electric vehicle and the nose cone of Thrust 2, which is really cool. And they said, what do you want to do? No, really. Well, some do Internet of Things, ferries, because I live in the Isle of Wight, LEDs, something kind of interactive. So we had a thing. And I teamed up with an interactive artist called Debbie Davis. I know at least one person in this room knows. And we designed this thing which is called Fairy Lights. Now, that's actually a pun if you come from the Isle of Wight, because in Isle of Wight speak, they say fairy instead of ferry. Like, are you going to catch the fairy? So they're fairy lights. Anyway, you have to be there. So the idea is it's a slightly outsized Isle of Wight, cut in acrylic, laser cut acrylic, in an infinity mirror, which is really cool. And it's got these rows of LEDs going across to the mainland, which show, and you can't really, it's very difficult to photograph a mirror, but as you probably found out if you ever tried it, see quite clearly the people standing in front of it there, and it shows the ferries going backwards and forwards in real time, because those who came to my 2009 talk will know I did the ferry tracking thing and the ferries that tweet, so I've got AIS tracking data for all the Isle of Wight ferries, so I know where they all are in real time. This is a slightly better picture of it. The green dots mean that there's a ferry in the port. To debug it, I built an HTML5 version, so you can see it much more clearly here. So blue and white ones are white link, red and white ones are red funnel, that's their corporate colors. short ones are the passenger ferries, the long ones are the car ferries. The white light is at the front, it's the headlight. Occasionally an orange dot goes backwards and forwards across here. That's the hovercraft going from Ryde to Portsmouth, South Sea. And it's all pretty good. And this thing, so it gets data from AIS, or it goes up over MQTT to IoT platform. A ubiquitous Node-RED application decides where all the ferries are, what should be what, and sends pixel values down to the displays. So these things don't know anything about ferries, they don't know about the ferry times, they don't know anything. All they do is they receive, just turn these LEDs this color. And that was a very deliberate decision. People talk about edge computing now, which is moving some of the logic and the computing power down to the edge of the device, the edge of the network. On this occasion, I decided not to, just to make this as a sort of dumb device that was just responded to color signals, because I didn't want to have to go and take this thing off the wall. It requires 2 people and very heavy. Every time I decided to make some little tweak to the algorithm. So, for example, in the summer last year, Whitelink bought a new ferry, a Victoria of White, and Red Funnel also bought another ferry. Temporarily escapes me. But essentially, I had to add those into the system. So all I had to do was just edit the application here, hit deploy, and suddenly this thing picked up those colors and started working. So that was all quite cool. This thing now has pride of place in our executive briefing center at IBM down in Hersey near Winchester. And it really is an eye-catching piece. In particular, there are no wires. I think that makes it particularly magical. There's a great book by a guy called David Rose called Enchanted Objects, which is really how Internet of Things adds enchantment to everyday objects. And I think this is kind of an enchanted piece of artwork because it's interactive. And the interactive part comes in 2 pieces. One is, of course, the ferries move, but also you've got these colors lights around there, which does cheer lights. You've heard of cheer lights? That's good, okay, cool. So cheer lights, for those who don't know, is a thing that a guy called Hans Schaller devised about 5 years ago at one Christmas to spread a bit of cheer through lights, cheer lights. And it's done through Twitter, and the idea is that a whole bunch of people built cheer lights devices, and if you tweet at cheer lights then a color, like green, all the cheer lights devices in the world simultaneously turn green. It's a lovely thought, and when you do it, it's go, I believe all these thousands of devices and some people did, in fact, guys, did a Christmas tree display in Liverpool, with cheer lights, public animation, the Do's guys, and that device over there, Christmas tree over there, is a cheer lights device. So if anybody wants to tweet at cheer lights in a color other than green, it will obligingly change color. Do that. If someone wants to shout out the color they've tweeted, we can see it change. Demo. IoT devices doing it. There you go. Right. So you can stand in front of the ferry lights and an infinite number of LEDs will change colour. Actually, we had to adopt the room behind because this goes back a very long way. Big tube goes back into the next room. Actually made a visualization of that, which I sent us to the site manager and said, is it all right if we annex the next room? She says, you're not serious, are you? Oh, okay, good. Don't look behind the curtain. This is what happens if you take it off the wall. So this is the little WeMOS ESP8266 controls it all. So this is a Wi-Fi connected Arduino device. Big-ass power supply. All those LEDs pulling up, I say there's an infinite number of LEDs, but there are about 500 LEDs in there which draw a fair bit of current when they're all blasting away, and all the interconnecting wires. So we had a lot of fun building that. Lucky Debbie and her team built most of that, which is cool. And also in 2018 still? Yeah. This was a very, very significant year for us because Ian Skerritt and the guys at Eclipse have been tracking the use of protocols in the Internet of Things. And this was the first time that MQTT overtook HTTP in 2018 as the most used Internet of Things messaging protocol. At this point, we'd won! Ha-ha! So essentially it's 62% versus 54%, whereas the year before, HTTP still had the edge. And you see some of these other players down here, I don't know, like AMQP and CoAP, XMPP, people called DDS, who used to say that their protocol was going to take over the world. only fractionally more than none. When Ian published that report, I was really very, very chuffed, because that was good. The only way is up from now on.
So 2018 was quite a good year for me as well. So I got approached by a German startup company called Sedelo. They were using Mosquito as a part of the kind of core part of a product they were building, and said, would you like to work for us? And I thought about that for a little while and said, yes, I would. So now I'm living the open source dream, being paid to work on the project that I started. All thanks to OggCamp, so thanks everybody, OggCamp. The company Sedelo, they make this product that they were working on, absolutely relevant to IoT, MQTT, so I feel no qualms about putting this slide up here. So it's Stream Sheets. All the people that put their hands up saying they were familiar with Node-RED, you might want to take a look at this. It's a similar sort of idea, low code, no code. This is real-time spreadsheets that can take in data from a variety of sources, so MQTT, of course, and some other ones. And then it will process it in real time for you, and you can publish that data somewhere else. The spreadsheet is a user interface. It's web-based user interface, but the actual code runs in the background, so you can pop this thing up, make your control, whatever you want to do, and then leave it running, which is pretty cool, that easy to use. And really, as with Node-RED, the idea is to be able to give the power to people that are not programmers. So like in the industrial side of things, you might have your manufacturing process expert. They need to be able to control the process. They could do it with Stream Sheets. They might not be able to write a bit of C or Python. And likewise, the home automation side of things, there's a lot of people, I guess, that are interested in home automation. Maybe they can't quite get into that because there's a little too much of a barrier in terms of difficulty with programming. And important point down the bottom there, this was open source as of last week, so you can all go and have a look at that. Find some details at the website or come and talk to me. Yeah, I guess that's all to say about that.
Sounds really cool. 2019, congratulations.
Yeah, so this one's just a little bit of a self-indulgent slide, really, because there's a big number on it. So if you're not familiar, so Docker is a very popular platform for essentially deploying containerized applications. So very, very popular. Mosquito has had a Docker image since about 2015, and yeah, this year it hit 100 million pulls, which is quite a lot. So that number is really big. I keep saying that. I must stop saying that. But the actual important number there is the 400,000 one. That is essentially, from what I understand, the number of active devices that each day go along and say, is there an update? So the 100 million is just the cumulative. Doesn't really mean anything, but I still like it. So 400,000 a day. But that does put it in the top 100 Docker images in the world.
So cool.
About 93rd. Yeah, so I was quite pleased about that.
Simon tweeted, said, are there any OggCamp babies? I think we can probably say Mosquito's an OggCamp baby that's grown up and gone to university. And also in 2019, we had the first major re-release of MQTT, v5. When we started back in 1999, we released version 3 of MQTT, and we didn't change anything at all for 10 years. And I think, looking back, that's amazing, because we had no idea. We designed it as a SCADA protocol for a very specific set of use cases in oil and gas, and yet we found it being used in all these different applications in lots of different industries, and we didn't find this thing, oh damn, we really need to put this feature in. People were suggesting a few things here and there, but we got through 10 years before we changed a single thing. Then after 10 years, we only added username and password. So that's 3.1 when we got Oasis, the technical committee got involved. But then when it was a standard, people started saying, oh, it'd be really nice if we did this, if we did that, and it would have been better if it had acknowledgements and proper error codes and blah, blah, blah. And I said, yeah, but if you put all that stuff in, it's going to turn into AMQP. and then you should just use MQP. It's not going to stay true to the original core principles of being really small, lightweight on the wire, easy to implement. So I was kind of like the guiding hand of the technical committee going, no, you mustn't do that. I was kind of the grumpy old grandfather of MQTT at the back. But eventually we came with version 5, which is now an OASIS standard, and all the big platforms, I think it's fair to say, including Mosquito, support V5, and there are clients for V5. Now, it's backwards compatibility in the sense that brokers should also support V3. So it's not a backwards compatible protocol, because it's breaking the protocol number, but if you've got V3 clients, they will still be supported forever and a day, because there are so many, as we know, hundreds of millions of devices out there talking V3, that'll be there forever. So and once things are baked in, devices can't necessarily go and update them to a new client just because it's a new standard. So, but if you are developing new applications, do use V5. It adds a few extra funky features that make it much better to use. I'm not going to go into that here, but there are plenty of blogs, particularly on HiveMQ's website, about the benefits of V5. And finally, also write update. This is literally my live current project. So I live on the Isle of Wight. My parents live in Northumberland, and I just happened to be visiting them, and I stopped in to see Northumberland County Council, and they were saying, we've got this really bad problem. Have you been to Holy Island? Yeah, okay, so that's like this little tiny island with a castle on the end of it, or monastery on the end of it, with a causeway that's tidal. So you only go across the causeway when the tide's out, then the tide comes in and it's shut off for about 7 hours, then the tide goes out again. And that just goes on and on, all based on the tides. So it's not a regular cycle, it's just based on the tides. And they have this problem that people, because the land is higher at the two ends and lower in the middle, as the sea tends to be, people go, that's ridiculous, the tide times are wrong, I know better than that. Drive off down the road, get to the middle bit, and then they discover their car fills up with water, and they have to clamber up into the rescue place, and the RNLI has to come out, and the petrol and oil and everything pollutes the North Sea and costs thousands of pounds to recover and clean up after them. And they'd much rather not spend that money. So they said if only they could just save one idiot per month from doing that, then that would be a huge... Well, they get one idiot per month, basically. So if they could save one idiot per year, that would be worth a fair bit of money spent on this project. And they said they've been saying for years, wouldn't it be nice if we could have some traffic lights that change according to the tides? So we've got the tide tables well established, and we know it's going to be. If the traffic lights just showed whether it's safe to cross or not, maybe that would stop some people. Because maybe you have to stop and get out and read the thing, so is it safe, make a decision yourself. Whereas a red traffic light, we're quite programmed to stop. So I said, that sounds like an interesting challenge. So, as if I didn't have enough to do. So we've got the data for the opening and closing times, and we screen scrape that. We'll have an API at some point in the near future in an IoT application in the cloud, Node-RED application, needless to say. And that then sends signals out to, it will send signals out to the traffic lights, but we also, as a kind of prototype, we've had these little things called glow orbs, which lovely assistant Roger is modeling one here, which turns red or green according to whether the causeway is open or not. And the idea is to have these on the countertops of the restaurants and the hotels and the pubs, guest houses and places, so people will be able to see at a glance whether they should attempt to cross or not. And we demoed this to Northumberland County Council. They thought, this is so cool. I just happened to make the meeting at the time when there's a transition. So I said, right, and in 2 minutes' time, this is going to change. And they're going, let's see, shall we? And they all stood there with their cameras filming it, and on the dot, it changed. Whew, thank God for that. So they said, this is great. We're going to go and we'll go and talk to the highways people. So we've got a meeting actually on Holy Island next month to go and talk to them about rigging this up properly with whatever weird and wonderful protocol that talks. So that feels like a really good sort of altruistic project to maybe save people, make the sea get less polluted and so on. Quite cool. So we've got a couple of minutes left, so let me just talk one more thing. Glow orbs. So I've mentioned glow orbs a few times. I've had this obsession with ambient displays for ages. Right back in 1997, when David Rose built the ambient orb, we used to sell that as a device. I had that showing how much power my house was using. Did an education project called the Raspberry Pi and the Ping Pong Ball, which we did as wrote up as an educational project, which teachers could buy a kit which did energy monitoring in the classroom to help teach energy awareness. And I put that into a cardboard box, which I carried around with me for several years, because I didn't have a 3D printer at the time. So this is the box I'd like to print in order to put this as a complete thing. But a couple of people said, oh, I'll print a box for you if you design one. I didn't really understand what that meant at the time, so the cardboard box prevailed. Eventually, the ESP8266, and in particular the WeMOS came along, so that's the ESP8266 with a 5-volt power adapter, and I thought, I can make that box at the bottom much smaller, that's smaller than the ping pong ball. And this was the prototype glow orb, which went through a number of design phases. This is the glob, which is kind of the top of the ping pong ball sticking out, quite compact. That one wasn't very popular because people used to think it was a button, press it and destroy the ping pong ball. So they came back for repair. So I actually make and sell these totally independently of IBM as glow orbs. This is the glow orb classic, and I sold quite a lot of those. I have to say, people in this room will have glow orb classics. Yeah, yep. But recently, as I became too busy to cut the holes in ping pong balls, I thought, well, why don't just 3D print the whole thing? So it's now called the Squorb, square orb. It's got the same electronics inside, it's got an ESP8266. And I actually make and sell these. And if anybody happens to want one, so what happens is it's Wi-Fi connected, USB powered, micro USB powered, and you literally just throw a color at it over MQTT or HTTP. So you send it #FF000 and it turns red. Red! That's right, yeah. This one is 00FF00 turns green. Right, okay. So you just literally throw an RGB color at it and it goes that color. So as an IoT output device, it's completely just put an MQTT output node in your node red, or just if you use curl or whatever you want to do to send an HTTP or MQTT message to it, and it goes that color. Super duper things. If anybody wants one, special OggCamp price, 15 quid. PayPal.me that money. I've got 3 with me, so the first 3 people will get it here and now, but the other ones I can send it to you by post. Anyway, thank you very much. So I think we've got a couple of minutes if there's any questions.
About to say that, yeah. So we've got a radio mic here for the questions. If you can wait until Ad can get to you with the radio mic. Gentleman in the grey shirt, I think there, put his hand up first, sorry, and then behind him. Far away.
I went to a conference once where the mic runner was called Mike. Oh, is it on?
Full stuff again.
Find me one.
There you go. So people watching on the stream can see. If you shout it, I'll repeat your question.
Yep, good question.
So the question was, sorry,
Oh, sorry, go.
Yep. It's just for anybody watching.
Yeah.
So the question about security, how do you implement security, and how do you
So very conscious design decision of MQTT was that it doesn't have any security built into it, apart from the username and password. That was because any security mechanism we'd have come up with in the protocol, someone would have said, oh, but I want a different one, or I want a more powerful one. Or the military would have said, or somebody would have said, well, we've already got an encrypted radio, we don't need encryption on top of encryption, so we put nothing in and let you do what you want. So people run through VPNs. Latterly supports SSL as was, TLS as now is, and you've got mutual authentication with certificates if you need it. So that's for anything bigger than an Arduino Nano. So ESPs, for example, can easily cope with the TLS handshake and the certificates and stuff. For really tiny devices, which can't support the TLS implementation, which the tiny Arduinos can't do, the only option open to you is to encrypt the payload, which people do. So you can go as wild as you want encrypting the payload. You've got enough bytes of memory to do that encryption. That's how people encrypt that. Or they talk to a local gateway on might be a secure network, or maybe just modest encryption at that point, then switch to a TLS link for the upstream connection.
And Mosquito also supports TLS PSK, so pre-shared key, which is quite a lot lower weight than certificates. So that's one option that may be appropriate.
Cool. There we go. Excellent. We have a question down there.
Thanks again for an amazing presentation. I was very interested in the KLZoo use cases. Have you been rolling this out to agricultural use cases in terms of livestock?
Oh, yeah, so we have had quite a lot of interest actually for other uses for that thermal sensor. Agriculture is a really good one. Bus stops, station platforms. I was talking to somebody last night who were thinking about safeguarding of children in schools, vulnerable children in schools, monitoring the toilet cubicles to see whether anybody has spent far too long in the toilet, maybe had an overdose and passed out on the floor or something. So all sorts of uses where it's a non-intrusive way of monitoring. It's not a camera, and that's once you've convinced people it's not a camera, then that's a really good way of monitoring, are there people here? One of the things we were talking about doing at OggCamp19 was the theme park owner is very interested in differentiating the experience for adults and for children. So we thought of putting the sensors in at 2 different levels, being able to decide whether the area was full of tall people or short people, and then maybe having 2 different versions of the narration based on if they're all short people and there are no high-level people up there, giving a kiddies version of the story. So yeah, quite a lot, but I think that's a really, yeah.
Any you got time for one more question? Have you got a burning question? Of course, you guys will be around, so...
We're here for the whole weekend? Yeah, absolutely.
Have a chat to them then. All right, so thank you very much to Roger and Andy for that. That was fascinating.
Good job.
All right, folks, it's lunch now.
Hey.
So feel free to have a look in to get some food, either in the bar, which I imagine is going to be quite busy, or you can head out.
Hello. Hello, hello.
All right. Yeah. Why does it keep saying?
You
got a feature on it for like a timeout or something. Yeah.
So.
It's got a feature for like a timeout. Occasionally it flashes on that little screen saying "my commute?" And I'm wondering if
that's when it flashes up on there, so the music, so it tells you on that it's music.
Right. Self-timer on this. Yeah. We could always Google it now. It's a Sennheiser 3835, E835. I'm going to put the music back on. No probs? No.
There's an auto clock. That's in there.
Sorry, mate. Yeah, sorry. Les is just chatting. I wasn't going to say that because I realised I shouldn't. Sorry, yeah, carry on.
past that. When? Just now. We're at now. Go back to then. Now. I can't. Why? We missed it. When? Just.
is the first time I'm walking away from you. But this is the third time you broke something new from you. And don't cry, I keep telling myself this is all in my head. Don't
Mic 10, does it? Mic 10. Testing mic 10. Mic 10, testing mic 10.
right now. Oh, there we go.
Thank you, Dan. If you are in the room and you are giving a lightning talk, if you'd like to come down to the front row, and if you haven't put your name on the lightning talk, that would be the person doing the first one, which says running a hackathon. And actually the third one, which you have put your name, I think, I apologise, I misread the sign, then come and say hello to me. Thank you.
That's me.
So that's John, and what's Martin?
This is Martin.
Just so I know who I'm introducing. Sorry, I was reading these ones at the bottom, or I happen to know Lee's name already, so pictures. Where did Lee go? Oh, he's there. Okay, I think. I should be able to. Yeah. All right, we're gonna. No. Listen, they're going to be done on my phone, on my very expensive timing device, because it's always good to spend £1,000 on a thing that can time a person for 5 minutes. Right, hello. It is 1:30. This is the main stage. My name is Andy. I am going to be facilitating the next half an hour. We have 5 lightning talks for you. They're going to be 5 minutes each. I will be timing each speaker, and I will be getting them off stage at the end of their 5 minutes. Before I go on, however, before we kick this off, one thing that we meant to mention in the welcome this morning is that at 4 o'clock this afternoon, there is a panel discussion with a number of very distinguished guests, including Dan, Dr. Cowan, and various others. I don't remember all of the names, I apologise. If you want to submit a question to that discussion, there are on the scheduling desk in the exhibition room, there are some bits of paper where you can go and write your questions for the panel. So if you could go and do that during the course of the afternoon if you'd like to, then that would be awesome. All right, who's never been to watch a lightning talk before? Anybody? A few people. So lightning talks, we just want to keep them nice and short. I've got 5 titles, I've got 5 names, I've got 4 people, 5 people. No, who's where's Lee gone? He was here. Lee? No? Oh, this could be interesting. He literally just sent me a load of pictures. Okay. Hopefully he'll be coming back into the room before his time. Right, so without further ado, John's going to give us a talk about running a hackathon, and I'm going to time you for 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Hello, so I'm John. I'm a software developer. I'm also an activist in various places, mostly LGBT stuff and particularly bisexuality. And in June this year, I went and participated in my last company's hackathon, which was a Pride hackathon for Pride Month, and thought that was a great idea. And I'd been seeing various ideas from other people in the community about doing some work for for LGBT people and so on, for us in particular, for bisexual people. So I wanted to run my own hackathon. The fact that they'd had a whole company to make this happen, and I was just me, I maybe hadn't really dawned on me the difference that would make yet at that point. So the first point I contemplated, well, what should we do in this hackathon? There were a couple of ideas I'd been given. I also then reached, so if you're not a company trying to run your own hackathon with your own plan, basically my step was to reach out to other people, other communities, other charities. There's 2 by charities in the UK, and find out what they wanted to do, what their problems were with technology. So I got back a big list. I used an Etherpad to try and help coordinate those, and in combination, so that was like a nice free way of doing this, trying to keep the costs down. I used I set up a task scheduling Trello. Yes, I set up a Trello for help manage the tasks there as well, which I opened up to people. I set up a Facebook. I came up with a logo, because you need to publicize things to get other people involved. That's very important. And yeah, a very basic logo, a description, printed out some flyers, all this other sort of work that you're not thinking about when you're thinking, oh, this would be a great idea. Once I got an idea, once I got all those things out and got some interest and some people saying, yes, I'd like to be involved, I decided, I had thought, I can either do it online, because there are a fair number of ways of doing that, or I can try and find a venue, or both. Finding a venue I thought was going to be really hard, but it basically just reaching out and talking to people I knew and joining new communities and placing, people network effect. I eventually found a venue. Someone offered me a space for free. There were a few other spaces I looked at that would have charged maybe 300, 400 quid. Without sponsorship, I wasn't going to try and manage that. So if you can get somebody to sponsor you for that, would be great, and you can have all the resources you want. But somebody offered me the venue for all they wanted in exchange was an opportunity to speak, which is a maker space basically. So they just wanted an opportunity to talk to the people there and tell them about what they did. So I managed to get the venue. We had some goals for things to do. A few people saying yes. I think that was the downside though, because I only got the venue about a week before I wanted to make it happen to align with the Biovisibility Day, which is the day in September. So we had a week to try and encourage more people to come. And I think there were about 4 or 5 people in the end. So unfortunately, we didn't manage to make it happen that way. There were just not enough people to make it happen. The venue were very friendly and everything. But that's the thing I mainly learned from that, I think, is that it just needs more time, more visibility, more time to allow people to organize it and discover it and so on. Might try one again, but that's the whole process of it. It was are there any questions? Time for one? Yep. Okay. All right, thank you.
Now that's the kind of lightning talk I like, nice and crisp. It fits nicely into the time. It even gives me a little bit of time to talk in between the sessions. Right, so we have Dan next, developing scientific software in the right way. And over to you, Dan. I'm just going to reset our timer. And then I'm going to go and talk to the other Dan. Do you have slides on here? Oh, my word. Okay, this is going to be... there you are now. It does work. Dan, does it work? We're all set. Okay. All right, on.
I don't know, that seems to work. I'll leave it at that. Oh, we started. I didn't realize we started. Right. All right. Yeah. So I'm Dan. I work for UK Research and Innovation, and I work on scientific software for sort of larger facilities like X-ray sources, neutron sources, and yeah, I'm going to talk about developing software. It's skipping a bit. So as I've mentioned, when I say scientific software, obviously that's a big field. I'm talking about neutron and X-ray sources. So this is basic sort of data. Well, I say basic. It's not complex data reduction. We're not talking about analysis or anything like this at this stage. And also, I did say right in my title, implying that other ways are wrong. That's not necessarily the case. It's just the way I'm going to present, I feel, is better. So yeah, I'm going to be talking about one piece of software that I'm currently spending the majority of my time on, called Skip. If anybody knows of a Python library called Xarray, it's very, very similar to Xarray. In fact, it's almost API compatible. If you don't know Xarray, then it's kind of like NumPy. And if you don't know NumPy, then maybe my talk is going to be boring for you. So yeah, the advantage that Skip has, it adds things like labeled dimensions, type safety, unit safety. basically things that make it more difficult to do things wrong if you're a scientist writing your analysis workflow using Skip. And yeah, so we have two main the audience is of two main groups. So we have scientists who they're not really software engineers, they just want to write some Python and have something work. And we also intend that developers will use this in their own software that they're writing. So yeah, the stage we're at the moment, we've had the initial sort of design was a bit of a sort of slow process because it was the current main developer was doing this in the background while working on other software. And a lot of the initial requirements came from the drawbacks of other various pieces of software in this sort of software community. About a month ago, we released an initial version for people to download, have a play with, see what works, see what doesn't work, and so on. And the stage we're at now is we have this sort of ongoing iteration and improvement with some of the scientific groups. And we're also starting to look at performance issues because in our initial release, we wanted functionality and a nice API. We weren't too bothered about performance at that stage, but that's going to become an important thing to consider in the future. So yeah, I mentioned the requirements were partly derived from us as the developers of Skip, knowing what other software is like and what the drawbacks are. Partly from the scientific groups of various facilities saying, oh, we need a library to do this, and so on. But we try and get as much requirements as possible from the scientists themselves. Yeah, the order of the slides didn't help me there. Yeah, so for the actual development, I won't go into too much of it because it's very standard. The one thing that we do make sure we have is a way of getting things that we do out to the scientists as quickly as possible. So we use a combination of these things. So all of our sort of examples and so on are in Jupyter notebooks. We have Docker files that contain sample data that they can just download and start to play with and see how things work. And we also use Binder, so you can do all of this from a web browser as well, which is, I think is really cool. I was very impressed the first time I saw Binder actually work. And we have quite a small team as well, so there's only about 6 of us, and we meet every day. We're very sort of focused on what each other's doing and so on. So yeah, we're now at this stage where we're sort of doing these iterations or sprints with the scientists. So they're actually using the library themselves, trying to implement their existing data reduction workflows. And yeah, so they sort of organize presentations that we attend and sort of present where they've got to, what issues they've had, and so on, which we can then use to sort of say what we're going to work on next. And yeah, I mentioned we very much like Jupyter notebooks. Yeah, so all of our documentation is in Jupyter notebooks. You can go from the documentation to playing around with it very quickly. And yeah, as I've said, most of this is probably not new to people that develop software professionally, but it's missing in a lot of scientific software. And if anybody cares, that's the library there.
That one was, oh, I should really not hold this quite so high, should I? That one was right on time. Just in between, did anybody park at the Palace NCP car park this morning at all? No? I've just, somebody handed in their parking ticket, so I put it on Telegram, and if anybody hears that somebody's lost a parking ticket, tell them to come and see me. Right, okay, so the third talk we have is Martin, and this sounds really cool. They all sound very cool, but to me personally, console homebrew, so please come and join us.
Hi. Oh God. Yeah, I'm fine. So I'm Martin. I would say I'm known as Neolazo. No one knows me. If I'm known as anything, it's Neolazo. And for a long time, I've always been really interested in console homebrew, like video game console homebrew. And I thought it was just something people generally knew about, but apparently they don't. So I'm going to talk about it a bit. So console homebrew, it's literally just running your own software on video game consoles, like any video game console. Like, if people ask what consoles support homebrew, and the answer is almost all of them. PlayStation, Vita, PSP, 3DS, Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 3 and 4, PS2, even going back to things like the Game Boy, the Atari 2600. I don't know how to use this mic, I'm sorry, it's cutting out and stuff. And basically how this happens is someone will find an exploit which will allow for code execution on the console, and then that opens it up to the open source community, and the open source community develop tool chains, mostly for C and C++, to develop software for those consoles, and then people develop their own software. And the most common things that people do are emulators. So there's a framework called RetroArch, which contains a bunch of emulators so you can run older console games on newer consoles. And that's a common thing to do with Homebrew. That's the most common thing to do with Homebrew. But people also port games, like often you'll get ports of Doom, ports of Quake, all of those kind of early-ish shooters that had open source ports, often you'll find. And you also find frameworks for other game engines. So you'll find things like Easy RPG, which allows you to play RPG Maker games. So you can use it to play games from all kinds of systems on one system. There's also homebrew software that works for, allows you to theme the interface, customize stuff, and just manage stuff a lot more than you can normally. And there's also insane bits of homebrew that completely repurpose games consoles. Like there's a homebrew program called Little Sound DJ for the Game Boy, which turns it into a music production sequencer, which I thought was insane when I first ordered it. I've actually been messing around with it, and it does a really good job. So if you need a music sequencer, buy a Game Boy, seriously. And if this all sounds great, you think I've got a console, I want to emulate old games on it, I want to write my own programs. Writing your own programs is nearly always in C and C++. Occasionally you'll find Lua on newer consoles, but usually it's C and C++. Well, there's a bunch of websites. The one I can recommend most is just hacks.guide, which contains guides to getting homebrew up and running on basically any modern console. If you have something like the Nintendo DS or older, there's something called a flashcard. I won't talk about them now, but if you come see me after the talk, I'll talk about flashcards a bit because they're kind of confusing. That's basically it. Has anyone got any questions? I apologize for being awkward as hell. Okay. Got a minute still? The website. Hacks.guide. HACKS.guide. Yeah. The sequencer is called Little Sound DJ. Oh, yeah. I think my favorite has to be the PlayStation Vita. It's not the most powerful, but I just like the form factor, and I like the community, and there is an ongoing project to port Linux to it. So that's all cool. I think I'm out of time. Okay.
Thank you, Martin. That was great. Unfortunately, I lost my Nintendo Switch recently by leaving it on an airplane. If you ever left things on an airplane and tried to get lost property back from Heathrow, it's a ridiculous system. Right, so we've got Roger next, who's going to talk about something dangerous sounding. He's got a video that I need to play, so let's figure out how to do this on the right screen.
Thank you. I hope so. Okay, so Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes is a computer game from a few years ago where two people work together to solve a number of puzzles in order to defuse a bomb. So one player has got a set of instructions, but they can't see the bomb. The other player is sat at their computer, and they can see all the modules, but they can't see the instructions. So the two players have to communicate effectively in order to be able to solve the puzzles. Okay, I really like the game, and I thought, wouldn't it be cool to try and make a real version without the explosions? And so that's what this talk is about. So there are limitations in this. So one of the first modules you get is the wires module, and you know, if you want to make something replayable, cutting wires is not that easy. So I do have limitations with my device, which is come unplugged. But you know, it still works as quite a nice prototype. So I've got extra time. There you go. So this is my device. It is 10 centimeters by 5 centimeters. You can see it in the microphone just here. There's 4 modules altogether, 3 puzzles and a countdown timer. So countdown timer on the left there. You can see there's a new game button, starting a new game. There's a little buzzer down at the bottom. There is the very important countdown timer to tell you how much time you've got left to go, and then 2 LEDs at the top so that you know how many lives you've got, how many mistakes you've made. Now on the right-hand side, there is the Simon Says module. So this has got 4 different coloured buttons and 4 LEDs that flash. And the idea with this is you have to find out which LED is flashing, communicate that to your teammate. They tell you which button to press, and then there's a sequence, and you go through it until you've solved it. You can also see there's an active and a solved LED up there. So you don't always have to solve all of the modules, so you need to know which one needs to be solved. And so that's what the active LED does. And when you're finished, then the solved one goes on. Okay. I'm obviously talking faster than I did in practice. So on the back, we have the Morse code module. So this has an LED which flashes in Morse code, so it does dots and dashes, and you communicate those to the other guy, and they have to tell you what word. Well, they have to figure out what word has been spelled out, and then they choose a radio frequency, a slightly arbitrary thing, and you pick that from the list. Click the submit button, and then hopefully you win. You've solved it. There you go. They managed it successfully there. The final one is the button, and this one really highlights some of the limitations that do come across with this. On the real game, the bomb has got batteries distributed around it at random. There's a big safety button which can be different colours. It can have different text written on it, and that's quite difficult to do. So I've taken the slightly low-tech approach of saying, hey, look, this one has got 3 batteries on it because the LED next to 3 is lit, and the button is yellow. So it's not a great solution, but it works as the prototype. And I've got some ideas how to make it better. Now we're just going to try, because the sound isn't working, I'm just going to try. No, okay, obviously my power's not working. Well, never mind. Okay, so what you should hear now is a nice little jingle which shows you that you've won. But never mind. So on the technical side of things, each of the modules is effectively independent of one another. They've got their own microcontroller to control their bit of the puzzle. They communicate over a CAN bus, which is the communication bus widely used in the automotive industry. They use that to request sound effects, or to indicate that you've made a mistake and say you've lost a life. Or at the very start, the countdown timer module is the one that distributes all of the information about which modules are active and that sort of thing, which parameters there are. It's about 2,000 lines of C code across all 4 microcontrollers. Yeah, it was quite a challenge to lay out the PCB. And I guess I'm running out of time now. I should, if we had the sound effects, would be getting an increasing little beeping that would indicate that the bomb is about to explode. There we go. So this is us running out of time, me running out of time, and I'm making a new one. If you're interested, follow me on Twitter, and at some point in the very distant future, I'll post about that. And then, passing over to this, because I know I've got seconds left, it says, we would have heard a lovely little explosion, but as I say, sound not working, never mind. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks very much. This is good because we've got 8 minutes left with 5 minutes talk in it. Lee, there he is. Hi. I'm going to try and get your pictures in the right place this time, and to get rid of this video in the meantime. You might want the mic.
Andy's got some pictures. I've got those slides. I'm completely unprepared, so don't crucify me. I'm getting extra time. Anyway, while they do the technical, my name's Lee, and it was my first OggCamp and my first talk ever, so don't crucify me. So I'm a bit of a techie, I was a net... Okay, that doesn't matter. You don't need the pictures. So I was a network engineer, and then I was did all that, and I was administrator of every single IT job ever. And then I got to break the internet. I was a penetration tester for 7 years, and then I fixed the internet, and I thought that's a waste of time because we've got bigger pressing things, which is housing. So a show of hands, who owns their own house in this room? Who rents? Who's homeless? You don't have to put your hand up. Okay? So I think you see where this is going. Basically, the government has not built any social housing stock since the 80s. And property is really expensive. Kids can't move out of home. I had a housing problem yesterday. My hostel didn't work out, so I was homeless last night. And I saw many, many homeless figures on the street, and it's disgusting. So I wanted to solve the problem, because I'm a troubleshooter, and I fix stuff. So I got into building geodesic domes. And everyone thinks they're like kind of the hippies and like sweat lodges and stuff like that. But Buckminster Fuller, who made these things, he's a if you remember that name and Google that, Buckminster Fuller, he popularized this design. And if you know a guy called Jacques Fresco at the Venus Project, he did a lot of work with domes as well. So it's prefabricated, and so this is the structure, and yeah, I taught myself how to build these things. They are, so where am I? So yeah, they are cheap, they're affordable. They're not sheds. They've got insulation. You can cover them in straw bale. You can cover them in what you want. They are storm resistant, and we've got a bit of a climate. Maybe there's a bit of a climate change thing coming with high winds. These things are aerodynamic, so they stand good weight loading. But the trouble with geodesic domes and the design, they leak. So me and my team have pushed the design forward. So these are domes 3.0. And basically, we've solved the leaking problem as well. So they are stable, they are cheap, and they don't leak. And for the UK, that's quite important. So basically, we're going to open source all the designs. We're going to get on GitHub. We're trying to bring some automation in with something called a Maslow, which is a Arduino-based cutter. I need some help with that. And basically, that's kind of it at this stage, and like it's quite embryonic. I've been doing it for 6 months. I did send Andy some more pictures, but he's only got 3. So if you come and see me, I'll show you some photos of domes. If you want to know anything about domes, just ask me. And yeah, but I think it's the future we were promised, and hopefully we can solve a lot of problems in areas, in refugee camps, in our own country with the lack of housing. These things are pretty cool, I'm convinced. And they are prefab, so you can build them yourself. And all the software is open source as well. So it's open source design, open source CAD, open source fabrication, and I really like them. So that's it, really. If you've got any questions, have I run out of time? So hit me with a question. Jesus Christ. This man here.
What's the site? The GitHub site.
I haven't got GitHub at the moment, but if you want to contact me, Andy didn't get that slide. It's astralship.org, yeah? And we've got a website there. We do lots of other things to try and fix the planet, and there's a lot of pirates do there, and the pirates at the back. AJ's at the top there, he's a bit of a pirate. So there's lots of pirates in the audience, and we're doing pirate. Next question? Okay.
One more. Sorry, we're going to have to pick someone. Who do we want to pick? I'm putting it on you.
Most beautiful person.
Oh, come on.
That is clever. You've totally done me in there. All right, we haven't got much time. I'm gonna. You asked one before, sorry, so I'm gonna discount you. I've got to pick between one of you two guys. I'm going to... Hang on. I'll tell you what. One of you grab the mic quick. Whoever gets it first. There you go.
I'm the most beautiful. How much does it cost to make one of these things?
Excellent question. Sorry, here we go.
That's always the first question I get asked. It depends. It depends on the size. It depends what you cover it with. But I can tell you the fact that this is a C stud profile. So, and this is very cheap because it's very weak. When you put it into this configuration, it becomes very, very, very strong indeed. So, depending on the coverings, the insulation, the finish inside. But don't ask me about the price. Ask me about the speed. Like from start to completion. There is not, I'll show you the picture of the finished one. It was 3 days, and that's with 2 people. And it's also kind of exponential. If you add people to the job, when you're doing bricklaying, it's kind of like you need 1 bricklayer. But if you add people to this, then the speed of erection gets a lot quicker. So easy. All right. Okay. All right. Thanks very much.
Well, it looks like, from the number of hands, a number of you are going to be finding Lee to ask some more questions. We just need to be fair to Anna, who's on stage next, to make sure we've got space. So thank you all 5 speakers for your lightning talks. Thank you, those of you that came. Those of you that missed my announcement earlier, on the scheduling table are slips of paper where you can put questions for our panel at 4 p.m. So if you do have burning questions for those panelists, then do write them down. And with that, I will pass back to the regular crew for this room. Thank you.
Hello. Host.
Thinking up, there we go. There we go. Wireless mics apparently need to boot up for a minute. That's technology for you. All right then, welcome everyone back to the main stage. I was going to, you know what, I was going to tell people to not stand around the door and come in. We've made some gangway for you there so you can get through. There's loads of seats here, which are a bit tricky to get to, I know, if you come in that door, but you can come in the other door as well. All right then, so let's crack on. Anna is going to tell us about her journey into Ubuntu, which is awesome. So give us a big hand. Welcome, Anna.
Hello, thank you so much for coming here. Okay, this is my story of using Ubuntu. So this is me, I'm Noobs on Oobs. It was the name of my first ever server. I'm a noob now, forever, always, I always will be. I think to be good at something, you have to dedicate a lot of time, a lot of patience, hard work. You have to read the documentation. Despite what my CV and LinkedIn says, I don't feel I possess those skills at all, especially not when it comes to using Ubuntu. So I started using Ubuntu because I went back to uni to study computer science. My career changed into a developer, and I was trying to install Python on my Windows laptop. Now, nothing against Windows, I take full responsibility, but Windows did not want to run Python, and I really wanted it to run Python. So we had this disconnect, and I felt like it was my computer. It should definitely do what I said, but it didn't. So a friend recommended that I go onto Ubuntu, so bye-bye Windows. And I did, I switched over. He promised me it would be easy to set up, that I would be able to use it, I wouldn't have to compile anything, and that it would have Python already installed. And it did, and I did get it up and running quite quickly, and I was very impressed. So from then on, I think that was about 4 years ago, then on I've been using Ubuntu on my laptop and on my desktop, but at work I'm actually a .NET developer, please don't throw anything at me. And I use Windows at work, but Ubuntu personally. And I really enjoyed it, and I stuck with Ubuntu because it's given me that control that Windows didn't really give me, because it wasn't just that I break everything I touch, it's I need to know why I broke it, so I can try and fix it. And that's what Ubuntu gives me, is that kind of control, that visibility, so I can see what's going wrong and try and sort it out. Plus, I've got really good at just reinstalling Ubuntu. So when things go wrong, reinstall. So when I started first using Ubuntu, I thought, why do people keep calling it Ubuntu? Because it's just Linux. And then, of course, it's based on Debian, so why has it got 3 names already? Well, turns out Linux is mostly all about the kernel. You've heard this joke before. So in my mind, it kind of works a little bit like this. It's the Russian doll with the teeniest tiny little kernel. It's sat there in the heart of your computer, and that's managing your memory, running the processes, and managing your hardware. So it's doing kind of the meat of the work, and that there is the Linux kernel. Wrapping around that, you've got GNU Linux. So that's what kind of makes up your operating system. And with GNU, you get a lot of things like the C compiler, Bash, the X Window systems, that you can actually interact with your computer, which some people like to do. And then on top of that, you've got Debian. So Debian lets you run packages. So I obviously need my computer for really important stuff like Twitter. So Debian lets me do that in a really nice way. Provides a lot of stability, and it, most importantly, provides a way that I can manage all my packages. On top of that is Ubuntu, my accidentally sinister penguin. And Ubuntu gives me usability more than anything. It's very beginner-friendly, and it gives me proprietary packages if I want to run them. I do, I'm sorry, I know, I'll try, it'll be better, but there we go. And it also gives me a lot of security out of the box. So with Debian, you might know how to configure your system and know what works for you and know how to set it up. When I switched to Ubuntu, I didn't have the time, and I didn't really know how to do that. So just straight away, it was secure, and I was really happy because that's a big concern of mine. So that just all worked for me, so that was great. This blew my mind as well. I thought Ubuntu then was the bit that you see, the nice rounded corners and the pretty colours. But no, that's like the desktop, that's something else. That's just another word. At the time, it was Unity. It's now GNOME, part of the GNU project again. Not to be confused with Unity. Very different. People always used to tell me that they liked Ubuntu, but they hated Unity, and I should switch. And I was thinking, but I don't do any 3D modeling. Why would I care? It turns out they're different projects. So there we go, two different things. So Ubuntu handles your system calls, mainly. So talking about using Firefox for Twitter, whether I'm on Ubuntu or Debian or another Linux distribution, it doesn't really matter what that is. Those applications can just work knowing that it's happening, that it's accessing the internet, that I can get my cat gifs, the most important thing. The other great thing about Ubuntu is if you don't like it, you can try a different flavor. There's loads of different options. There's the Chinese market, there's Studio, which helps if you want to do graphics, a bit more video editing, things like that. And it's still Ubuntu under the hood, and you'll always get the fantastic kind of support and stability and all that, everything. But it's a bit more suited to your needs, which I think is really good. Especially growing up, like my mum, my dad, Steve and Bill, they all kind of want to tell you how to use your computer and what it should be. And coming to Ubuntu, that was a little bit of a revelation for me. You can change it and make it work how you want it to work, and how to suit your workflow. So it's pretty cool, and it's one of the many reasons that I stayed with Ubuntu. I started using Ubuntu because I struggled to install stuff, and unfortunately that struggle has still not gone away. I still struggle constantly. As you may not know, or if you do know, the easiest way to install stuff is to download a package, save it on your desktop, and just run it as sudo. If you want something to work, it works. There's some people in the audience who know better and are shaking their heads and saying, no, Anna, please don't do that. But I did, and I probably will again in the future. Because my laptop is my tool, and I'm using it because I want to achieve something. And I'm not just going to stop just because it tells me I shouldn't do it. I just usually find a way. But I have learned, and so nowadays I use the apt tool a lot more. I really like to play the game of, will apt have this package? Will it install? And sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. So this is the apt package repository. So in Ubuntu, there's basically a big table that says, we've got all these applications that you can have. This is what they're called. These are their versions. And I have a database locally that says what packages I have installed and what versions they're at. So when I need to do an update, I can just say, are there any updates available? And if there are, my database updates and says, oh, you can get these higher versions if you want to. So then I upgrade, and I actually pull in those versions. So that's a really nice and easy way of managing updates and making sure that my system's up to date and getting the latest features, all that kind of stuff. And it gives you installing packages as well. So you can just give the package name. Sometimes it's quite hard to work out what the package name is, because it's not what you think it is, it's something weird. But you can find it and install it. If you need a specific version, you can just request it. I feel like this was a little bit of a revelation to me. You can specify which version. Had a few problems with that in the past. What about if you need a newer version that is available in the Ubuntu repositories? Oh no. This is what led me down the dark path of just installing zip files and running them as sudo and changing all the permissions so that everything ran for everything. I think I was running Firefox once as sudo off my desktop. But I do apologise, I'm not there. So one way to get around that is you can add a PPA. So this says, I want to use this package. I know it's not from the official Ubuntu repository, which is safe, secure, and working, but I've checked out this person, and I'm happy to pull in this package. When first time I did this, I probably just copied some link off Stack Overflow and pasted it in and thought, well, this is dodgy. I'm adding all sorts of keys. I feel like I shouldn't be doing this. And I didn't really trust it. But it turns out, actually, it kind of is like a good way to do it, as long as you trust where it's from. Because when you pull it in, you're allowing it root access of your system, which is what happens when you do an install from Ubuntu repository. You're saying, run these updates as sudo, as anything on your machine. It can do anything at once. So you're giving it a lot of access. So you do have to really trust where it's from. It's probably a little bit better than finding some like zipped up website that says, oh, you know, use this one, or someone on Stack Overflow said, oh, you should just download it from here. It'll be fine. And I'm like, okay, what could go wrong? Just reinstall. But you do have to be careful because it might break everything, and then that's when you have to reinstall. So I had so many problems installing stuff as well, is because I didn't know where to put stuff. So I would try and upgrade Node, for example, and it didn't want to upgrade. So I try and find it and then just replace it with the newly downloaded version that I'd found. And of course, if you search Node, if you do like grep node.js, it's going to turn up in all sorts of files. And as much as I might want to go through every single file and replace it until something worked, there is a better way. You can learn stuff. So everything in Linux is a file, and you interact with everything as if it's a file. And there's the root file system. So in here, you've got your bin for your binaries, and this is for everything for booting, running, and restoring the system. Everything that you need for that will all be in your bin. Boot is just for booting, stuff like your kernel configs, grub configs, everything like that is in there. Dev is all your devices, so everything gets mounted when you boot, and then they can be interacted just like any other file. In etc., all the odds and ends, basically, all your user groups, shadow passwords, everything like that. And that's typically looked after by you if it's your system, or the system administrator. Coming from a Windows world, I was quite used to having a home directory, so that's just where you put all your stuff. Your library, all packages, all shared libraries, all their libraries. So, for example, crypt setup libraries would go in here, things like that. Media, if you put a USB in, that'll be in there. Opt is quite a nice one. I think when I learned what this is for, I was like, oh, that's nice. So if you have any third-party applications, they're all packaged together with all their dependencies. This is where they'll live. The user hierarchy. Okay, this is where it gets fun. By fun, I mean confusing. So for the longest time, I thought it meant user as in like me, my user, but it's more like user space. So anything that's not required for the running, the rebooting, or mounting of the system would be in here. And if you had multiple machines, they can all mount the same user directory, and that means the applications in there will be read-only. And everything, all the files in here are nested again. So for example, in my user bin, I have things like Firefox, LibreOffice, all kind of things like that, because it's not needed running the system. In the lib, all the package libraries, things like that, they all go in there. And then the local directory. So again, all the files get nested again. You have your user local bin. So this is all applications that won't be looked after by the Ubuntu official repositories. So for example, I use the JetBrains IDE rider, that lives in there, and I manage the updates. And when I update my system, this file doesn't get overridden. That's quite exciting. And if you put stuff in there, Ubuntu's like, oh, cool, this is where stuff is supposed to go, and you can then just run it. So I've used Hugo to build these slides. That lives in there. There are a few different versions. And I can just run it. I don't have to change permissions for anything, and it knows that it's there. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, share directory, stuff like languages, things like that, that all goes in there. And then the var hierarchy. So because the user directory is read-only, anything that needs to be written out would go into here. So if your application needs to log out anywhere, this is where it's going to go. And again, we have a few more files nested in here. So all caching. Apparently devs like games, so there's a dedicated games place. That's where all your scores, levels, anything specific, that's where they're going to go. Cool, so that was the Linux file system hierarchy, and that's the Debian spec one there. If you want to find out more, you can have a look on your computer, and then you can Google it. And there's loads of information. So I spoke about versioning, because it was like my nemesis, my number one most confusing thing. When I first got this laptop, my newer laptop, it was quite, I think it had only been out a couple of weeks or something, and so I put Ubuntu on it. And I had a few problems. One of those problems is it wouldn't wake from suspend. But that was fine, because it was quite a new laptop. It was a lot faster than my old one, so I just used to shut it down all the time. And it meant I didn't have like a million tabs open in Firefox and stuff like that. But eventually it got fixed, and there were a few other little tweaks. I think that was the most monumental of my life, is that I couldn't suspend my laptop. So I just closed the lid and hope that the battery didn't run out by the time I needed it again, stuff like that. But it did get fixed, and it was fine. So my number one lesson from here is check version numbers. Check your compatibility between things, because there are so many weird and wonderful side effects that you cannot possibly anticipate why 2 weeks later everything suddenly stops working because you've updated some random package that you shouldn't have had downloaded in the first place. And that's why Ubuntu has their long-term support and has their interim releases. So with Ubuntu, they have a shorter release cycle than Debian. And that means they get things a little bit quicker to you. You might be able to use newer features, for example. But that does mean they might not work. So if you go to a long-term support, that means it's really stable. It's like your production-ready stable. You can kind of count on it. It's been tested. It's all okay. So when I downloaded Ubuntu on this laptop, I was using an interim release, and that's why things weren't supported yet. But it was okay. I had like workarounds and stuff like that. So if you do want a new application and you're struggling with versions, you can use Snaps. So Snaps is like a fairly recent thing, and it's kind of designed exactly to solve this problem. So Snaps are like packages of everything that's bundled all together. So you don't have to rely on the system. You don't have to rely on like any other versioning compatibilities. It should all be bundled in together. And then it gives you like this really nice way of installing, changing the versions and things like that. This is all packaged in there. Sometimes people in the Linux community have like opinions on stuff, and that's totally fine. And Snaps might not work for you. They might work really nicely for you, and like that's totally cool. Because getting the latest releases is really hard. Trying to get everything that's really stable with all the newest features that's fully tested, it's not really going to happen. Something's got to give. So how you manage that is really hard. Coming from Windows, when things went wrong, I could Control-Alt-Delete to get out of it. And I remember the first time I think my computer crashed. It wasn't Ubuntu's fault, definitely not, definitely my fault. I didn't really know how to fix it. I didn't know what to do, and that was a little bit of a learning curve to me. I recently switched to using i3 Window Manager, so that provides tiling support and things like that, because it looks cool. And it's really fun to use. But about a week after I'd started using it, I was in a workshop, and I got my laptop out, and everyone's all serious, doing all their stuff, and I looked down and I realized that I had absolutely no idea how to turn the volume off on my laptop anymore. I thought, I can do this, surely. I just turned off all the tabs that could possibly make volume. That was fine. But it was hard, and it's tough when you don't know what's going on or you don't know how to fix it. But if in doubt, just turn it off and on again. That usually works. One of my favorite commands is running the which command. So you can run which Node.js or which.net, and it will tell you what version, and then, or like, sorry, not which version, where it is. So the one you're using might not be the one you think you're using. That happens. Then you can check the version. Ask someone. There's a huge community for Ubuntu Online. It's amazing, actually, the amount of people that have already asked the question that I need the answer to. There's so many people out there and so many people that want to help. And just reinstall it. If you tank your machine, just reinstall it. I think I've got really good at making sure everything's backed up. All my code is in GitHub. I use like Docs Online and things like that. All my configs that I labor over for hours, they're all in GitHub, so I can just set up my machine again. And it does give me a little bit of comfort that any time I can just reinstall. It'll be fine. Thank you so much. I hope you've enjoyed and learned everything I've seen. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you for that, Anna. That was brilliant. We've got time for maybe one question because we're running quite late. So who wants to be, anybody got a burning question? Anna will be around, I'm sure, to chat during the weekend. We've got one person there, so.
If anyone does have any questions, just come and chat to me later.
Hello?
Yeah.
What made you seriously want to move to a tiling window manager? Just purely curious.
Because I really like when there's no space between them, and I wanted everything.
Oh, it's the window snapping and.
Yeah, and to control like where they are as well and things like that. And I suffer RSI as well a bit on my wrist, so I wanted to stop using a mouse as much, see if that would help. And I really like having a configurable bar.
That
As
makes
you
a
can
lot of
see
sense.
at the bottom, I spent a lot of time. I don't know, it changes a lot.
Have you
I quite like
actually
that.
found that seriously helps with your RSIs, just not using a mouse at all?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Definitely.
Awesome, thank you.
Someone did ask as well, these slides are available. It's talks.annadodson.co.uk. Thank you very much.
That was brilliant. Thank you, Anna. That was amazing. Yeah, Anna's going to be around as well if you want to ask her more questions. I'm just foisting questions on you, but I'm sure you don't mind.
Yeah.
Thank you for a fantastic talk. We've got a talk coming up. Doug Sillers is on this stage next, talking about video on mobile. Video killed my data plan. So stick around for a couple of minutes while we reset, and we'll be back with that. All right. Thank you. No, you do that.
Thank you. Oh. I got the microphone. Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
It was. I looked at Penguin as well, though, right? One, two.
That's going to be loud enough. That'll be loud enough.
Perfect. Hello, everybody. How are we doing? All right, then. I was just going to wait for some people to take a seat. Are you okay there? Sorry, just to be annoying. We're about to start. Are you okay? It's all right. Just grab a seat and we'll come in. All right, and so up next on the main track here, we've got Doug Sillers, who's going to tell us about mobile data and video and how to make them play better together. Is that right? That is right. All right, and so I'm going to hand over to Doug. Let's give him a big hand. Let's give it up for Doug.
Awesome. All right, thanks so much for having me here. The title of my talk is Video Killed My Data Plan. Because as we all know, so I'm Doug Sillers. I'm originally from Seattle, but I'm traveling around Europe with my family. I'm a freelance developer relations. I help people speed up their websites and their native apps. I wrote a book on Android development and performance. If you're interested, you can download it. And I'm Doug Sillers on the internet, so I'm really easy to find. So why video? So like networks are getting faster, our phones are getting faster, like our hardware can really handle video, the networks can really handle video, and there's a lot of research out there. This is data that shows that people spend more time on the web pages when there's video playing, right? So is that because they're watching it or because it's more engaging, right? Video's engaging. It's a great way to get people to use, you know, the things that we're building. But video has a downside. And so I had the opportunity to go to Serbia recently, and I have a SIM from Ireland, and I was like, I wonder how much it's going to cost for me to browse the internet. And it's €5 a megabyte when I go to Serbia. And so when you think about like what you're putting on web pages, like video is going to be the biggest file, right? I mean, it's like 10x bigger than the images. And so last year I spoke about optimizing images, and you know, if you mess up an image, you might be a couple megabytes. That's kind of bad. You know, if I'm in Serbia, I'll be really mad at you. But like when you mess up video, it can be really, really expensive. So the talk today is we're going to go through how we can make sure that the video we're delivering on the web is good. So how many people here have heard of web page test or used web page test? A few hands. So if you're building on the web, like web page test is the best way to figure out how fast your app is, or fast your web page is. The HTTP archive runs web page test on 5 million sites every month. And so then it's all up in a SQL database, and you can look it all up. And what I found is 4% of the sites tested had a video request. So I can only imagine this is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, especially like you hear the magic words 5G will fix everything. I've been in mobile long enough, I heard people say 3G will fix everything. Then it happened again a few years later. But right, we're going to have more and more web pages that are going to have video. This is only like the beginning of this revolution. The speed index is a measurement of how fast a page loads. It's measured in milliseconds. And the median web page on mobile loads in 9 seconds. As soon as you add video, the median web page is 13 seconds, right? We're slowing down. And slower web pages tend to have higher abandonment rates. So we want to make sure we have the video so it's more engaging, but we're slowing down the page, which is less engaging, right? We've got to find that right balance. The pages get a lot bigger, too. The median page is 1.8 megabytes or 5 megabytes with video, right? So we've got all of these things that we've got to balance out when we start adding video. So here are a couple of examples, and I'm going to go through some live examples here. This is Trump Tower website in New York. And so they've got a background video, like this is actually a video where it pans to all the beautiful places inside Trump Tower. And, oh, you know what, I've got the code on the slide, so let's go look at this. So what happens here is we've got a video tag, and we've got the class's desktop video. To make a background video play, you have to say that it's muted autoplay in loop, and then plays in line. So it's going to play in its place. It's going to loop over and over and over again. And on mobile, you have to say muted in autoplay. That way there's not sound on when you open up a web page. But if you notice, we've got this first source is Trump Tower, the experience, blah, blah, blah. And then the video tag closes. And then we have a new video tag opening for the mobile video. So what's going to happen here? How many videos are we going to download? We're going to download 2 videos, whether you're on desktop or mobile. This is sort of the developer like, we'll just let the browser sort it, right? Yeah, DevTools shows, 20 megabytes of video. You get both of them, and then the browser will sort out which one shows up on the screen. So like, not ideal, right? 1 video, 1 browser, right? So there's no media queries for the video tag, so you have to write a little bit of JavaScript. Like if the screen is this size, serve the mobile one. If the screen is bigger than that, serve the desktop one. Second example here is another, it's again, loop muted autoplay. This is a background video, it's supposed to play no matter what. But what's really interesting here is there's also the poster tag. And what the poster tag does is, like if the video isn't playing, it shows like an image in its place. But this is a video that's supposed to autoplay. So what the browser does is says, I need to download this JPEG. And it downloads the JPEG in front of the video, slowing down the autoplay of the video. So like from a performance perspective, you're actually downloading extra stuff here that's never actually used. And in this case, it was 250 kilobyte image, which is just delaying the video playback. You know, there are ways to make this faster. All right, so the third example I have here is actually a live demo. Which tab is it? All right, so it's Climb, Iowa. I've got it set to be a fairly small screen here. And so what we can see here is it's loading. You can see I've got it set to media. You can see that a video is downloading. But if we go to the elements here and we search for, find the MP4, and we look, where did it go? All right. What you can actually see here is, if you look down here, it's pretty small, but the video is hidden inside some CSS. Display none, because the screen is too small, right? So if I widen out the screen, it's no longer display none, and we have the video, but all of our mobile users just downloaded 4 megabytes of video that they can never see, right? From a performance, like, if I'm in Serbia, that's 20 euros. Like, that's actually a really nice dinner in Serbia. So, like, that's kind of disappointing, right? There are better ways to do this. And so, you know, display none does not mean download none. Like, from a CSS perspective, this works, but it's still costing us lots and lots of megabytes of download. And this is ubiquitous. This happens on so many web pages. It's kind of ridiculous. Okay, fourth example. This one has a new tag. This is the preload equals auto tag. And so have you ever been to a web page on your mobile phone and you see the video and you see the play button, you're like, but I'm on data, I don't really want to press play because I don't want to waste all my data. Preload equals auto means the developer has said, browser, download the whole darn thing. Like, I don't care if they watch it or not, just download the whole video. The second part that really bugs me is look at the name of the video. Right? So this is telling the browser, like, download the whole darn thing, and it's 88 megabytes, so just go for it, right? Your fan turns on your laptop, your phone starts heating up, right? Why I'm loading? This is just a stupid web page. Yeah, this can get really expensive. Some browsers, like, take preload equals auto not to the spec, and they only download, like, the first 20%, but still 20% of 88 megabytes is a lot of data. So we need to be cognizant that people are on limited data plans. They might not be on a fast connection, like downloading 88 megabytes on a 3G connection. Like, we'll get back to you at the end of the talk. Okay, so, like, those are sort of things that are really easy to fix. Like, that's just like HTML. But what do we need to do when we actually build a video? And so there's a lot of analytics out there, and the first measurement that people actually follow is, did the video start playing? The second one is, did the video stall? We all know that when a video stalls, we get pissed off. And then finally, did the video look good? And so if we optimize the videos that we're sending down, they won't be 88 megabytes. They'll start quickly, they won't stall, and they'll look great. I sort of mentioned this, but my informal metric is when I load the page, did my laptop fan turn on? Like, right? Something wrong is going on here. So there's all this data. This is actually real user measurements from Conviva, and they found that on mobile and desktop in Q3, this is like 16 billion video plays. Like 3% of videos just never started. And, like, that's ridiculous. And I think a lot of it is sort of stuff like this. It's like geolocation, right? I'm trying to watch an American TV show and it says, oops, you can't watch it. If you look, this is 231 requests and 3 megabytes to tell me oops. Like, that's sort of ridiculous. If you ever use the Amazon video app and you travel to a different country, it'll say, oh, you're traveling. We can't show you all the shows, but here are the shows you can watch, right? It takes away this extra step of the disappointment. It's proactive and tells you what to do. I think that's a good way to work around this. The one that sort of blows my mind is, in the yellow here, 16% of videos on mobile, and they say 28% of videos on desktop would have played, but people gave up, right? So as developers, like, if we built web pages that failed 16% of the time, would we still be web developers? No, we would not be web developers anymore. And the problem here is that it just takes a long time for a video to start up. The longer it takes for a video to start up, the higher your abandonment rate is going to be. Akamai actually has data on this, and they found that everyone waits for 2 seconds, and then you lose 6% of your users every second afterwards. All right, but how do you measure startup time? So this is a screenshot from Web Page Test, and you can see everything that's being downloaded. That's the video. Videos are in green, and they're usually really long because videos take a long time to download. So a waterfall, you want it to be vertical. That means things are loading quickly, but you can see that that video is just taking forever. But how do you measure how long it took for it to start up? You can't, Web Page Test doesn't give you that metric. So how many of you like load a web page and you're like, I wonder if there's a video at the top of the page? Well, there's an image, but you know, I'm gonna hang out. Maybe there's a video. Who's still waiting? Anyone? Yeah, nobody's sitting at the top of the page. Yep, there was a video, right? That's ridiculous, right? It needs to start, like if it's at the top of the page, once the page loads, you know, you're gone. You're going down to see actually the content. So I actually built a tool that will actually measure how quickly the video starts up. And so what you do is you enter the URL of the video you want to test, and there's a bunch of options here, which I'll get to. What I typically do to test it is I go into my dev tools and I can change the network speed, right? Because the Wi-Fi here at this hotel is actually really fast. So if I tried to load it, it would actually look really good. So I'm gonna make it a fast 3G connection, and I'm gonna say, let's see how fast it takes for this video to play back. And it's thinking. And so you can actually see it took 2.4 seconds for the video to start. So we actually now have metrics. We can see how long it took for the video to start. You can see the size of the video. You can see how much is in the buffer versus playback. You can see there's 10 seconds in the playback buffer, right? We're getting information on how quickly how the video is playing back. If we want to make it stall, I'm just going to slow down the network speed, and we should see 14, 13, right? I've got a little SVG graph right here, right? As things go down, I sort of came up with metrics like if it's under 5 seconds, you're in the danger zone, right? You might stall, right? And so this file, you can tell what's about to happen. We're about to stall hard. And it'll measure all the stalls, and it'll tell you how often the video stalls, how many times, right? We just had a stall. This video isn't going to play back anymore. And now we're sort of in this, we've seen this stage before, right? Where it's sort of playing back, but it's sort of not playing back. It's kind of ugly. People hate this. We should try to avoid that. So like the whole idea here is to get these metrics, right? You can see how much time is in the video buffer. You don't have to worry about web page test. It's all there. Now the trick is, of course, this is just the video loading. It's not all the JavaScript, the CSS, the images, all the other stuff on your web page. This is a synthetic test just for your, just for the video. I sort of added a way to add lots of extra images and run some Fibonacci in the background to try to slow down your processor to, you know, to try to test it. But again, it's still just a very synthetic test, just to see. But if the video isn't going to play like this, it's not going to play on your web page, right? Because there's other stuff happening. So I talked about this. So I tested 3,600 videos from the HTTP archive with this tool. I automated it. I didn't do it manually because that would be insane. Web page test has this ability to do custom metrics. It's all up on the GitHub page on how to do this, so I'm not going to go through it. But basically, it all ends up in a spreadsheet, which makes it really easy to compute all the numbers. So what causes a delay for video starting? So this is like, you can see that there's video in the buffer, but the video hasn't started playing yet. And you're like, why hasn't it started playing? Everyone is going to say it's the network speed. But as developers, we can't say, well, if they're on a crappy network, we're not going to deal with them. We want all of our users to be able to see the video. So what can we control? We can control the video size. If the video is really, really big, does it take a long time for it to start? Broken down by percentiles, this is the percent of videos that will start in 6 seconds. And in general, the smaller the video is, the more likely it'll be to start in under 6 seconds. So we should really think about the length of the video. Do you want a background video that's 2 minutes long? That's probably too long. No one's going to watch it anyway. How about the length of the video? That's one way to make it smaller, right? We can make it a 40-second video, a 10-second video. But actually, the length of the video didn't really make a difference on startup time. Really, really long videos can still start up quickly if you build them correctly. So it's not video duration, but what about the dimensions, like the length and the height, right? We could make that, if the more pixels there are, the bigger the file will be. And indeed, smaller videos start faster, larger videos take longer, and that's 720p and 1080p videos, right? They take the longest to, they're the least likely to start up in under 6 seconds. Unfortunately, when I look at all of the videos being served on mobile, it's mostly 720p and 1080p video. So we're serving the videos that take the longest to start up to all of our customers on mobile. And so the other way to look at this is the video bit rate. So the bit rate is megabytes per second. The more pixels we have to send per second, the higher the bit rate. And indeed, it's a pretty fast drop off. You can actually see that, you know, beyond the 70th percentile, basically no videos will start in under 6 seconds. So we need to lower the bit rate for these videos to play. All right, so I talked a little bit about stalling when I showed the demo, but like, again, all of the data there is in the tool. And so what I did is I ran the data on the 3600 web videos, and I found that 40% of videos will stall on a 3G connection, right? That's a lot. 40% of the videos that are out there live today on the internet are gonna stall. 20% had over 2 seconds stalling, and 10% stalled for over 10 seconds, right? When videos stall, users get frustrated, so all that engagement you're trying to gain from putting video on the web is a complete failure. All right, so we know that we can modify the video size and the dimensions and the bit rate to make the video start up faster. So how do we go about doing that? Well, one thing we can do is we can change around the format. Different video formats have different modes of compression. I'm only going to talk about a few here because I have limited time. MP4 is kind of the grandfather of them all. It was introduced in 2003. It works everywhere except for Opera Mini. And it's not going to work. Your video's not going to work on Opera Mini anyway. So if you have one video and you have only one format to go with, MP4 is the way to go. The other format that's widely used for just static videos are WebM videos. VP8 is from 2008, VP9 is in 2013. All major modern browsers except for Safari. Safari shows up as light green here because it's supported as a WebRTC, but not as like a video that you would watch. And of course, you don't get IE or anything else. AV1 is really exciting because it's even smaller than VP8 or VP9. It's like 25% smaller, but it's really, really hard to encode it. Like Netflix is doing it and YouTube is doing it, but they're the big guys. They can do it. Hopefully, I'll have time to get to streaming because streaming solves a lot of these issues, and streaming is actually really not that hard to set up. But when you re-encode video, you can see when I take an MP4, WebM is a newer format, so I get a slight bit of a savings, right? It's a smaller file, I get a lower bit rate. That's going to play back faster, so that's really cool. The other thing we can do is we can resize the videos. So if you think about your mobile phone, my phone is 1080 pixels wide if I'm watching in portrait mode, like most people do on the web. If I'm serving a video that's 1900 pixels wide, I'm serving 4 times too many pixels to that device. So I could actually make it a smaller size, and then it'll download faster because I'm lowering the number of pixels. That will lower the bit rate, and it'll get delivered faster. And so here's an example. I did this with Cloudinary, but you can do it with FFmpeg. There are lots of tools out there that will resize videos. And so what I did is I had an original video that was 72 megabytes. This is live on the internet today. I did some optimizations. I got it down to 7. Like, that's still big, but like, it's reasonable. And it's 7.7 as an MP4. It's 7 as a WebM. When I resize it, it goes down to 3.9 or 4.6, right? So it went from 1080p to 720p. And you have to remember, like, as web developers, as a web developer, I was thinking width, but when you talk about video, it's always in height. So 1280 wide is 720p. All right. But what I find is just doing the optimization, the first optimization, the video startup goes down to 14 seconds. But I'm still like in that danger zone 56% of the time. Like, I'm really in danger of a stall. But when I make it a smaller video, when I reduce the dimensions of the video starts up in 3 seconds, and I spend less than a third of my time in that sort of less than 5 seconds of video in the buffer, which means I'm in much less danger of the video stalling. So these are important things that we want to mitigate. So by reducing the size of this video, I made it much more playable. It's going to start up faster. It's not going to stall. It's still going to look great because it's still wider than the dimensions of my phone. One additional thing about that video, so this is the video that was 72 megabytes. And so the video tag, you can have different source files, and the browser picks the first one that it knows what to do with. Well, we know WebMs are smaller, but if you put the MP4 first, the browser's like, I know what to do with MP4, and nobody ever sees the WebM file. So, right, so in this case, if they looked at their analytics, 100% of their viewers are seeing the MP4. They would probably say, well, everyone's using Safari. 100% of our users. The other thing is the WebM is like half the size, right? So if they had actually used it, a lot of their users would be getting a half size the file. It would load a lot faster. The other thing to look at is they're serving all of this out of S3. And that's great. S3 is awesome, but S3 charges you 9 cents a gigabyte. And that means, of course, that this 73 megabyte file costs half a penny every single time the web page loads. So that's really, really expensive. The WebM would be half the price, and if they just resized it like I showed you in that last size, lower your AWS bill by 15x with this one simple trick, right? If you could go to your boss and say, I just lowered our AWS bill by 15x, like people will be really happy with you. All right. Other things we can do, background videos don't make any sound, right? So for example, this web page here has a background video. It's loading. Am I still on a slow network connection? No, I'm on full. Okay, so you can see there's a background video going on there. We can actually check it out. And you'll hear it coming from my computer screen here, for my computer. It's not going through the, let's see. Right? There's no reason to have that audio because no one can ever hear it, right? It's sort of a tree falls in the woods sort of thing going on. So what you can do is you can remove the audio codec. You can just say, I don't want that stream when I encode the video, and in this case, I actually made it 5%, 4% smaller, just by removing the audio track that no one will ever hear. One last thing I'd like to talk about is when you lower the size of the video, it might look blurry. Like this is a great looking stream. You want to put your feet in it. This is a stream you don't want to put your feet in. So how do you measure that? There's actually a lot of tools. There's structural similarity, peak signal to noise, and VMAF, which is from Netflix. And 5 is a good, like these are the scores you get for a really good video, and that's for a really bad video. I'm running out of time, so I won't be able to cover this too deeply. It's all inside FFmpeg, which is a free open source tool. You can download it on your computer, and it works. I could never get VMAF to work on my Mac, but what it'll do is it'll compare those, like that's a super blurry video, it'll give it a really low score. You know that's not a video you want to put up on your webpage. That's the FFmpeg command to run it. But I could never get it running on my Mac, so I actually built a website that will do it for you as well. So you put the reference video, you put the transcoded video, and it gives you the scores. And when you get the scores, you can decide if that video is good enough. And just as an example, here's that same video that I was just showing you through this whole talk, right? I keep resizing it and resizing it. Basically, if your VMAF score is over 93, humans can't tell a difference. So like by re-encoding this video to 960 wide instead of 1280 wide, I've taken it from 18 megabytes to 3, and I'm scoring a 97. Nobody knows. You can notice the WebM goes a little bit lower, right? The quality isn't as good. For some size, it might not be worth it to serve the WebM with this score. You might just want to go for 400K, you get a much better quality video, so it might be worthwhile to do that. Unfortunately, I'm going to run out of time to talk about video streaming, but we can talk about video streaming afterwards if you're interested. But in conclusion, like, it's really easy to make video that will play well, on the web. You just have to look at your video size, your dimensions, and your bit rate, re-encode the video so it's going to play well. You can, by changing the format, resizing it, lowering the quality, and then video streaming. I'll post the slides so you can see about that if you're interested. And I've created some tools that will help you identify how quickly the video starts up, will it stall, and will it look good. So with that, thanks so much for listening, and I don't know if there's any time for questions, but we'll see what... I went too long, but I'll be around for a little bit so we can chat. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. That was brilliant. Thank you, Doug. That was fantastic. If you're staying in this room, Simon Phipps is... Oh, he's right there, as if by magic. Say his name and he shall appear. Simon's up next. He's going to be talking about open source productivity software and open document and so on. And then in the other rooms, we've got some awesome BarCamp stuff going on. BarCamp Room 1, we've got, if anyone saw the lightning talk on domes, the game of domes, I think they called it, which was the accommodation one. A chap called Lee did it, about cheap and alternative accommodation. He's doing that in BarCamp 1, and there's some other cool stuff going on if you want to check that out. Bear with us 1-2 minutes while we get Simon set up, and then we'll crack on with the next one. Thank you very much. It's muted, that's why. There we go.
Go on then. You don't know any jokes? Ah, okay.
So my name's Simon.
Give me a second. Sorry.
I am here on behalf of the Document Foundation, where I'm a director.
You found a new I'm home.
Oh, that's your phone. That's my phone. I didn't do anything. I'm going to be in serious trouble now because everyone just witnessed that.
He touched my pocket. And
That's on. Let me turn that on.
It's on now.
I feel so guilty now.
I don't feel at all
Anyway.
worried by that at all.
There you go. You should be on now.
So is that our first code of conduct violation? I don't know.
It might well be, and it would have to be me, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, are we good? Are you happy?
I'm pretty happy.
You're pretty? Are you happy? You look happy, most of you? That's happy? Good, I like it.
Okay.
Simon will tell us about Open Document.
We're dead on time. So hello. Yes. So I've spent quite a lot of the last decade doing things that I inherited from having worked at Sun Microsystems. So I don't know whether you know that NetBeans is now at the Apache Software Foundation, but I'm involved in that. The Open Office project, the community decided that the last thing that they wanted to do, they would rather die in a ditch, I think is the phrase, than be involved with Oracle. And so they started another community called the Document Foundation, and I'm on the board of the Document Foundation. And I was going to tell you a little bit about that today. So the Document Foundation has been around for 10 years now and is based on a set of principles that allow us to remain an independent organization. Document Foundation was created at a time when there was a lot of controversy and dispute around desktop productivity tools. And so it has completely bulletproof foundation rules to prevent a corporate takeover by any entity and to prevent any former participant retaining influence over the future organization if they're not still involved. As a result, the organization incorporated itself in Berlin as what's called a Stiftung. Stiftung is a German capital-backed foundation. It was explained to me by a lawyer that the idea of a Stiftung was created to maintain Bismarck's grave for the rest of eternity. The idea is that a Stiftung is a foundation that's very stable and can look after something that is going to outlive the people who start the organization. And so that's the idea behind the Document Foundation, a completely independent organization that exists to promote software freedom, particularly in the area of productivity tools. We picked the name the Document Foundation specifically so that the name of a product was not in the name of the foundation. Because we had seen lots of trouble when people mix up the name of the organization and the name of the thing with each other. And so that's why it exists as it does today. The Document Foundation, and I've got lots of stuff here that I'll let you download, but the idea is that it's independent of any particular sponsor. There's no company behind the Document Foundation. Our community is completely separate from the administration of the project. So we employ about 10 people to administer the project. They do things like run servers, run infrastructure for us. They run events. They do communications and marketing. They do branding. They do donation management because that's a big piece of work as well. We raise about 700,000 euros a year. And that 700,000 euros a year is about 600,000 euros of it comes as 10 euro donations on our website. Those donations typically happen when somebody goes to download a copy of LibreOffice. And people do that if they're not using Linux. So most of these donations are from people who don't run Linux, mostly from people who run Windows. And so just keep in mind, that's an interesting fact. This free software project is funded by legacy Windows users. Okay? So I can tell you lots about the foundation. You can go read all these slides. They're very exciting about telling you how we're structured, how we've got a triple lock system that stops any organization or group taking control. We put all of the corporate influence out in this thing called the advisory board, which is like on a floating raft in the Atlantic. You know, it doesn't have any influence whatsoever over the organization. And the money it donates is really small, so we don't really, you know, we love them. We really do love them. But for 20,000 euros of our budget, that's about how much we love them. A little bit. Okay. Public by default. So this was written by somebody, by our German executive director, and he's very interested in the statutes. So there's lots of stuff there. Okay, so now what do? Well, obviously we make LibreOffice. Now, LibreOffice is the name for OpenOffice.org that Sun Microsystems created from StarOffice. That happened 20 years ago next year, so there's going to be a big birthday party next year. StarOffice was released under a set of open source licenses by Sun, and then when Oracle took over Sun, the community upsticks, started another organization. Oracle wouldn't let them use the name OpenOffice, and so they picked a new name for the project, LibreOffice, and LibreOffice is now 10 years old. Don't want to make you feel old, but it's 10 years old. 10 years we've been doing it. We moved to a release train model for it, so it gets released not when it's ready, but it gets released on a calendar fixed date. And that means that if you're a contributor and you make a good contribution, you can guarantee it's going to be released within a month of you having it integrated back into the trunk. And that is very encouraging and has led to us having a lot of volunteers and contributors. I don't know if there's actually a number here. We've got something like 350 active contributors to the code at the moment. Of those, the top contributors are interestingly from Red Hat. And then next down from that, there's a company called Collabra Productivity that contributes. And then next down from that, there is a range of smaller contributors. I'd say that something like a third of our contributions come from unaffiliated individual contributors who are not paid by any particular corporate entity. And so that means 2/3 are actually being done by corporate workers. It turns out that LibreOffice is quite hard to maintain. It's now a very old body of code. It's something like 35 years old, same sort of age as the Linux kernel. And the design document looks like a bowl of spaghetti. Every part of the code is connected to every other part. You change any line of code at your peril. And that militates against having casual contributors. To become a significant contributor to a lot of the code, you have to devote a lot of time to this. And so that's what made it really quite miraculous that the folks at Collabra Productivity were able to create LibreOffice Online. LibreOffice Online is LibreOffice, but it runs in a browser. Only it doesn't actually run in a browser, it runs on a server. It's the real LibreOffice running on a server, multi-headed, with maybe up to 100 browser sessions running off a single instance of LibreOffice. And what's happened here is we've refactored the view part of the code. We actually refactored the model as well. And so that refactoring has allowed us to target new platforms, the first of which is the web. This is what is included in Nextcloud. So if you're running Nextcloud as a personal file server, you can add in full strength, better than Microsoft 365 document collaboration into your Nextcloud, completely free of charge. There's a plugin in Nextcloud that helps you make it work, and it really works, and it's really good. It could do with being even better, but that's going to take some expenditure, and I'm going to come on to that in a moment. Also at the Document Foundation, we have the Document Liberation Project. So DLP came out of the discovery that there were a lot of legacy proprietary file formats, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them, and that a lot of people had a lot of their life locked up in files in these proprietary formats. Wouldn't it be cool if you could get that data back? Wouldn't it be great if you could go and get WordPerfect files that you still had on a 5¼ inch floppy and open them on a computer today? Well, we fixed that problem, and we've got a group of people who have written a whole load of filters for a vast range of file formats, particularly document formats, but also graphic and spreadsheet formats. And they're in a standard library format that means that any project can pick up that vast library of filters and plug it in and be able to read pretty much anything. And so DLP provides the import filters for Scribus, for Inkscape, and for a whole range of free software, so that you're able to get hold of old documents and import them into your projects. In a few cases, there's also the ability to save in those formats, but that's not the priority. The priority is to make sure that those bits of your life that are in old files can be recovered and can be preserved. DLP is very much underloved, and it's the sort of thing that an OggCamp attendee could very easily get into. The thing that is the number one requirement to participate in DLP is to have some old files that you can't open. If you have got some old files you can't open on an 8-inch disk, we've got people who've got 8-inch floppy drives that we can get them off for you. We've got tape drives. We have Sinclair QL micro drives. We can get those files off for you. If you've got old files and you know what they should look like, so that you can show the DLP people what their actual document is supposed to be like, then they will try very hard to write a filter for your file format and make it one that we can import into all of those packages. So you can contribute. All you've got to do is find us some sample files, some sample printouts that go with those files, and give them to the DLP folks. And if it excites you, you could join them as well. They love having volunteers helping them hack old file formats. There are some big gaps in our repertoire here that could really do with being filled in. So go take a look. If you're not aware of DLP, one of my favorite projects. Now then, this is what the talk's supposed to be about. It's sustainability. Now, if anything I've said to you so far rings any bells, it should be, well, who's going to pay for all this stuff? You see, LibreOffice is something like 15 million lines of code. It was a project that was started for the Atari, and the same code that was written for the Atari is still in LibreOffice. It's been ported from platform to platform to platform, and all the code for all those old platforms is still there. All the OS2 code is still there inside. This was how I first ran into OpenOffice, was when I worked for IBM, and we looked at this as a replacement for Display Writer, for those of you who remember these evil things of the previous era. So now, historically, that meant that the code was corporate funded. And in our current environment, that's not the case. Development is done by volunteers, and the community is funded by donations. We don't have any strategic corporate engagement in the LibreOffice project at the moment, because desktop productivity tools are not cool anymore. No one wants them. The people who want them, you're all here. Okay? Actually, you're not the only people who want them. All the people at FOSDEM want them as well. But generally speaking, if you wander out into the streets of Manchester and ask them what word processor they're running on their desktop, you'll have to explain a few words. The other thing that's going on here is to do with ODF. Who remembers Open Document Format? Anyone remember Open Document? So there was a bit of a fight over Open Document Format and Microsoft once upon a time. And I don't know if you know who paid for that war, but it was IBM paid for that war. They had a gentleman whose name I won't repeat, but some of us know who it is, who was tasked with fighting that war against Microsoft. And when the war was over, well, IBM decided they weren't going to do anymore. And this was a problem to the standardization project, because although there's lots of engineers who are working on the ODF standard at Oasis, the uber geek who writes the specification of the standard, who is a very specialized animal, lives on unicorn horn shavings. Very, very hard to find these people. They're very expensive if you find one. They were being paid by IBM. And when IBM pulled out, there was no one there to edit the spec. So for 8 years, the ODF specification has gone unedited. The last version of ODF, you look on Wikipedia, last version of ODF was 8 years ago, 1.2. And that's not a good thing either. So then there's another problem. There's been this cloud squeeze. Online tools have squeezed the personal productivity tool market. It's only people who understand the predicate of their personal freedom in documents that want to run things on the desktop. People who are running tools on a Mac aren't concerned about their personal freedom. They're concerned about having something really, really shiny and fast that works really very fast indeed. If you can give that to them in a web browser, they'll switch in a heartbeat. And that's what Adobe has been finding. Adobe has been busily selling these people cloud subscriptions for file storage, cloud subscriptions for advanced processing. And, well, it's getting really hard to make money the way that people who made productivity tools for the free software world traditionally make money. They traditionally make money either by selling some sort of a thing that's a proxy for a license, or they do it by selling some sort of a support subscription. And neither of those are things people want to buy anymore. And that means that the people who work on LibreOffice, who are the businesses, are finding it really hard to make a living. And they're finding it very, very hard to invest in new things. So we need a whole load of new things. We need some cloud integration for LibreOffice. We need distributed storage integration. We need some kind of a multi-key encryption system. We need online collaboration from the desktop. Those are all really big ticket design items, and there is nobody who can afford the big ticket. The community can't do it because these all take a team of maybe 20 people and an architect and a UI designer all working together for maybe 6 months to a year to produce these big changes. So, then the other problem is, when you do things online, you say, well, we do LibreOffice online, and the typical answer I get back is, well, so what's the URL? Well, we don't host LibreOffice online. It's something for you to host online. It's something for you to put on your file server. Oh, you don't have a file server. You use Google Drive. Oh, well, we don't have LibreOffice for Google Drive because Google won't let us host it, and we can't afford to anyway. And so we have this other challenge that innovative cloud services are typically not coming out of communities. The one exception to this is the Jitsi community, who have made meet.jit.si. I don't know if you use. It's a cloud video conferencing service that is absolutely splendid, and there's no reason really to use anything else, because everything else that's like it is just as reliable as it is. But apart from them, everybody else has had a really tough time working out how to have a cloud-hosted thing. And so I believe that the sustainability of desktop productivity tools is significantly threatened. The sustainability of component stacks is kind of being looked after by people like the Tidelift people. And the sustainability of security-related components is being handled by the Linux Foundation's Core Compute Initiative. But this stuff, word processing, spreadsheets, email clients, graphics editors, it's really hard to see how they will ever be sustained in the world of free software and open source. Because the world in which they're working is one where there are precious few volunteers just waiting to come and join in with the project. So, we've been experimenting. This was our first experiment. It was called COSM. We had the folks who worked on ODF come to the Document Foundation board and say, help, help, we've got 8 years of changes to the ODF specification and no one to integrate them in the spec. And you can imagine we were thrilled. We thought we would just all spend the weekend doing that. So what we did was we decided to crowdfund paying for an editor. And so the Document Foundation seeded in a chunk of money, and we approached a well-known expert in XML standards, a guy called Francis Cave, and we then approached all of the stakeholders, the traditional stakeholders of ODF. Now, I have to tell you that none of the traditional stakeholders of ODF even return my email. So then I went to the traditional foe of ODF, Microsoft, and I said, would you donate some money? And they said, sure, have $10,000. And so we were started. We had some money from the Document Foundation and some money from Microsoft. So then I went to all the smaller stakeholders, to Collabora and to CIB and to Open Exchange, and we've got a little bit of money from them. And then we got the UK Cabinet Office to chip in some money. And then we got the European Commission to chip in some money. And so for 2 years, we've been able to fund an editor by going and begging for little pieces of money and putting it all in a big pot, we've been able to fund an editor to write ODF 1.3. ODF 1.3 entered community review at Oasis on September the 25th and is on track to be ratified as a standard by the end of this year. And we then put it into the ISO process, and it'll become a standard by, well, hopefully before I die. So this works. There are non-traditional ways of funding things that are corporate sponsored. So then we thought we would do something a bit bigger. So we've been discussing the idea of starting a thing that has, and the working title for it has been the Document Collective. So TDF itself faces some challenges doing commercial activity. We made that choice, you'll remember, to become a Stiftung, and Stiftungen are not really supposed to go and be run as commercial entities, not supposed to make a profit. And there are other problems with operating an innovative leading-edge business in a German Stiftung setting, which we should discuss over beer, probably. Now, in particular, this means that spending money is really hard for an open source project which is based in a foundation or a charity. I don't know if you've thought about this, but when you donate money to an open source project, typically it doesn't get spent on code. Typically it gets spent on hosting, or on marketing, or on branding, or on something else, but probably not on code. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One of the reasons is the work product would have to belong to the foundation, otherwise they would probably break their charitable status. The second reason is because when you pay your community members, you discourage the people who aren't being paid. So you either have to pay everybody or nobody. Now, the Mozilla solution to this is to hire everybody and pay everybody. And that's worked really well for them in getting a community together. But we didn't feel that was a very good strategy for the Document Foundation, because with 350 contributors, that's a big payroll. So we decided instead that we would start a separate company. We're going to start a company that's called the Document Collective or the Document Community. It'll probably be something like a limited company. My German colleagues are very nervous about starting it in Britain for some reason. I don't understand why. So there's a good chance it'll get started somewhere else, which is a big shame because I was going to start it in Britain because the corporate rules are a lot easier to work with over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to make money. And then we're going to spend all that money on LibreOffice. And we're going to spend it on big things. We're going to spend it on complicated things. And the way we're going to do the spending is we're going to spend it within our community by going out to tender and getting people to compete for the tenders. We're not going to guarantee anybody that they have a job for life maintaining a particular module. But if you wanted to work for 6 months and form a team of 8 experts to work out how to do UFS support within LibreOffice, well, we've probably got a tender for you. And we'd like you to do that work as long as you make it open source at the end. I'll skip over this stuff about how we are going to make sure it doesn't go evil. So here's the way we're going to spend the money. We're probably going to put a plugin into Bugzilla. And as you're surfing through Bugzilla, looking at the bugs, saying, I do wish that had been implemented or fixed, we're going to offer you the opportunity to get your credit card out and buy the bug. And we will then use the funds raised in Bugzilla to direct the stream of funding that is coming in from our main funding source. What is our main funding source? Well, our main funding source, we think, is app stores. Having noted that LibreOffice is being funded largely by Windows users who are downloading LibreOffice, we thought, well, what are the Windows 10 users going to do? Aren't they going to want it from the Windows App Store? Those Windows 10S users, they can only download things from the App Store. How about if we were to put LibreOffice in the App Store and charge for it? It'll still be free. You can still get it for free from LibreOffice.org, but it'll be in the App Store for about 15 euros. Now, we have, at the moment, somewhere north of 150 million Windows users of LibreOffice. If any significant percentage of those people decided to download the app, we would probably have enough money to fund that UFS integration or to fund some new server deployment tools to make it easy to deploy Nextcloud, or some other big ticket items that none of the commercial vendors want to do. So this is what we're going to do. And I won't show you that last slide yet. So we took a decision in our annual conference 2 weeks ago that we would create this company. We pressed the button on the wall, and we have decided we've just got started. The Document Foundation is going to invest 50,000 euros as a line of credit to the company. The company is going to pay interest on that line of credit, so the community benefits. And we're going to spin up a company to take productivity tools, free productivity, and sell them to Windows users in the App Store. And then we're going to spend the money on free software. You think it'll work? Yeah, it might work. So that's the cunning plan. Now, we think this could work for some other things as well. This might work for Thunderbird, although Thunderbird are doing splendidly at the moment in terms of income, since they added a donate box onto their website. And it might work for some other things. VLC are already doing a thing like this, and they're doing quite nicely at the moment. So, this is our modest proposal. I would love your comments on it when we come to drink a small beverage with each other this evening. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, Simon. That was excellent. Unfortunately, we were running out of time there, so I apologise. But as Simon said, he'll be around, and I'm sure he'll be happy to chat later. Thank you very much for that. That was excellent. Up next in here, we've got Mike Morrell, who's going to talk from Open Rights Group, who's going to tell us about ad software and fighting ad software for privacy and so on. Feel free to, if people coming in, going out, find yourself a seat. There's loads over here. We'll be back in a minute. Thank you very much.
That's all right.
That was excellent. Thank you.
I knew when the line was, and I was running to it.
No, I know. You did perfectly. Thank you. All right. That was really interesting. Okay, so you're on. You're on Select and HTML. That's not picking up. Do we need to change the? Thanks, Simon. I don't know if there's anything we need to tell it to output on.
That's odd. It should be. I do have it.
If you got it on a USB stick, I can stick it in this. Okay.
So there's. Yeah.
We can stick it in the Lexon computer, and that means you can use the click.
That'd be great. That'd be awesome.
Is that all right? I'll swap you over.
Thanks for that.
How are you getting on in the?
Excellent. It's been great. It's been definitely.
That was my bottle. It's all off. So we go to Lexon, please.
Could be.
Oh, it's come up on the other. That's why I can't see it. It'll be that one, isn't it?
Go to
Can I just make
Oh, do you have a maybe around the neck, I guess?
Yep. Can do that. So we've got it on this rather attractive thing here because it's easier than trying to click it on. Great. On, yeah. Oh, you've muted on the. Oh.
second.
Okay. Check, mic check. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you.
Just give this a second to come on. There we go. All right, then. Come in, people. Come in. Grab a seat. We're almost exactly on time. You'd almost think we planned it, or that I stuck to the plan for some reason. Cool. Everyone come in. Feel free to grab a seat. Okay. So up next, we've got Mike Morrell, who's going to, from the Open Rights Group. It's been a long day. You've got the T-shirt on as well, which is really helpful. So I can just look and go from...
On brand.
Yeah. He's going to talk about ad tech stuff and privacy concerns related to that. So, with no further ado, give it up for Mike.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having me. It's my first OggCamp. Been happy to see a lot of people are familiar with Open Rights Group. If you're not, I'll tell you a little bit about who we are and what we do. We're a membership-based campaigning organization. A lot of people call us the British EFF. We do very similar work. We're a lot like a human rights organization, except we focus on UK rights specifically and rights online in the digital world. So most of the time that means we work to protect freedom of speech, fighting, and that means fighting digital censorship. And the other half of the time we're working to protect digital privacy. And that privacy is usually having to do with the government's mass surveillance program or having to do with what we call corporate surveillance. Confronting the ways that big companies track people around, data protection, that sort of thing. And today I'm going to talk about data protection, specifically our work having to do with the advertising technology industry, also known as the ad tech industry. But a little more about Open Rights Group. So the way that we do work is we do public campaigns. I'm a campaigns manager, so we're a membership organization. We pressure the government to change legislation. We do a lot of policy work. All our campaigning is based on all our policy work. Sometimes we do legal challenges, and we also do tech tools of different kinds to document censorship online, that sort of thing, and we speak to the media quite a bit. That's perhaps what we're best known for. So on to advertising technology. Before I tell you about what we're doing to reform the industry, first I'll give you a little bit of background on the way that ad tech works currently. A few of the charts that I'll show you were done by research, are from research by Dr. Johnny Ryan of the privacy-conscious web browser Brave. So what is RTB? About a decade ago, a group of the major players in the online advertising industry, they got together and they decided to reform the way that the system by which ads are bought and sold online. Up until then, it had been done in a traditional manner with buyers and sellers of ad space on a relatively simple network. So about a decade ago, what they did was they decided to automate the system. And the system is called RTB, which stands for real-time bidding. So before you see a targeted ad, the company that serves you the ad, they had to win a behind-the-scenes auction in order to serve you that ad. And that's what the RTB system is. And these auctions, they work by broadcasting personal data that comes from cookies on websites out to tens, hundreds, sometimes thousands of companies. And this all happens in milliseconds. And it's such a data-intensive process, it can actually slow down your computer, it can take up data, it can drain your battery. So right here we're looking at some statistics. These are from some major ad tech companies on the left. And these numbers are a little hard to take in. You should look at them closely. They seem almost impossible. These broadcasts I mentioned, they're known as bid requests. And they happen literally billions of times a day. 50 billion, 60 billion, 214 billion times a day. And the weird thing about these broadcasts of data is you would think that the company that wins the auction, that eventually serves you the ad, that they would be the ones who would actually get to keep your data. But as I mentioned, it's a broadcast. And like any kind of broadcast, once your data goes out, it's out. So the winners and the losers alike of within this system, they all get access to your data. And so the thousands of companies that do not win this auction, they still take your data and they're able to build these really sophisticated long-term profiles. So if you've ever if you've ever done online advertising on your own, it's become quite a common thing that people do now. Putting an ad on Twitter or whatever else, that's really just the tip of the iceberg, of the ad tech iceberg, underneath which there is this huge shadowy sort of network of all these middlemen companies. And that's what the ad tech industry is, really. So here's a diagram of that industry. In the center, in the box here at the top, these are the ad tech players. And so essentially you're looking at two different sides of the market coming together. On the left, it starts with the visitor going to a website. The visitor gives their personal data via cookies to the website. On the far right, you see the marketers, and they're also working on behalf of the advertisers that are trying to get access to your data. So within the ad tech companies in the center, on the left, you have the SSPs and the ad exchanges, and they essentially function in the same way. And what they do is they broadcast your data on behalf of the website that's searching for an ad, an advertiser. They broadcast your data to the other side of the market. So they do that the billions of times a day. That's going on. And then on the other side, you have the DSPs. That is a demand supply platform. And what they do is they interpret the bid requests with all of your personal data and try to find the best match. And so they're working on behalf of the advertisers on the right side. Now you'll see there's one other category, the DMPs. That's a data management platform. And what they do is the DMPs, they're the ones who are able to take one data set that was collected from one bid request, one broadcast of your data, and connect it with another one and build these really sophisticated profiles. So the most notorious of these DMPs is the Cambridge Analytica. They were one of these companies, which most people will be familiar with. They were responsible for the really big data scandal breach that happened with Facebook last year. So despite this ability of the industry to build these really sophisticated data profiles, their sort of platform when it comes to cookie data is sort of maintained that it doesn't actually qualify as personal data technically, because they can't really be used to identify an individual, even though they can build these really sophisticated profiles. So just a quick recap, what kind of personal data am I talking about? The definition of personal data is pretty wide. By the European standard, it can encompass any kind of data that describes you, from something that can describe a lot of people to something that can be very, very specific and very intimate about you. So it can be your address, name. Geolocation data is often garnered from IP address. They can figure out things like your web browser history, and very, very specific classes of data such as ethnicity or religion, sexual orientation, all that kind of stuff. So last year, the General Data Protection Regulation was passed. It was codified into UK law via the Data Protection Act. It's a big, boring regulation that I'll try not to talk about too much, but it's relevant to our work. So I'll go over very quickly some of the major data rights that GDPR actually gave us. They're pretty simple, but they're pretty profound. Users must give consent and be able to withdraw consent from companies if they want to have access to your personal data. When they take your data, they have to put it in a secure database, so it can't just be hacked. They're responsible for the security of that data. The right to retrieval encompasses your ability to take that data from one company